Welcome to Game of Thrones, Lore to Sleep To, a journey through the rich history of Westeros and beyond, designed to captivate your imagination as you drift into peaceful slumber. Tonight we travel back to the most ancient days of the Seven Kingdoms, long before the Iron Throne was forged, before dragons soared through Westerosi skies, and before the names Stark, Lannister, or Targaryen became the stuff of legend. This is the story of how the world of ice and fire began, a tale of primordial lands, shaped by forces both natural and magical, of the first sentient beings to walk beneath the weirwood trees, of heroes whose deeds echo through millennia, and of the foundations upon which all later history would build. As you settle in and prepare for rest, allow your mind to drift backward through the mists of time, beyond recorded history, into the realm where fact and myth intertwine. The journey we embark upon tonight spans thousands of years, from the untouched wilderness of the Dawn Age, through the coming of the first men, the terror of the Long Night, the legendary Age of Heroes, and finally the transformative Andal invasion. These are the origin stories that the characters you know would have heard as children, the legends whispered by old Nan to the Stark children, the tales recounted by maesters in their towers, the songs sung in the great halls of ancient castles. They are the distant memories that shaped the world of Game of Thrones, long before the events of the series began. So close your eyes, quiet your mind, and let your imagination wander across the vast expanses of ancient Westeros. Listen to the whispers of the old gods through the rustling leaves of the heart trees. Hear the thunder of giants' footsteps across the frozen north, and witness the birth of a world whose echoes would resonate through the ages. Our journey begins before human memory, in a time when the land itself was still taking shape, when magic flowed through the world like water, and when the very foundations of the great continent of Westeros were being laid, stone by stone, river by river, mountain by mountain, creating the stage upon which all future dramas would unfold. Sleep approaches, and with it, dreams of ancient days. Let us begin. Chapter 1. The Land Before History. Long before the Iron Throne was forged, before the Andals crossed the narrow sea, before even the first men set foot on its shores, Westeros stood in pristine isolation. Allow your mind to drift back through the mists of time as we explore the ancient geography and primordial landscape of this realm. In this ageless past, when no human eyes had yet beheld the continent's splendor, the very bones of the world were still settling into place, creating the canvas upon which the tapestry of history would later unfold. The silence of those ancient days was profound. No clash of swords, no proclamations of kings, no prayers to gods old or new, only the eternal dialogue between wind and water, stone and sky, as the natural forces shaped what would one day become the Seven Kingdoms. This was Westeros in its first innocence, virgin and untamed, a land waiting for history to begin. The Maesters tell us little of how the land itself came to be. Some legends speak of the earth being sung into existence by the children of the forest, while others claim the lands rose from the sea in the Dawn Age. What we know with certainty is that Westeros formed as the westernmost peninsula of the great landmass that includes Essos to the east. In these earliest days, Westeros and Essos were connected by a land bridge known as the Arm of Dorne, a stretch of earth that would later be shattered in a cataclysmic event. The north and the lands beyond the wall were joined to the eastern continent by the frozen waste, now called the Shivering Sea. The world was younger then, wilder, and shaped by forces both natural and magical. Close your eyes and picture the landscape of ancient Westeros, untouched by human hands. In the far north, beyond where the wall would one day stand, stretched endless forests and frozen tundra, a land of permanent winter where strange creatures roamed freely. Southward lay what would become the north, dominated by the vast wolfswood and rolling hills, a harsh but beautiful country. The mighty neck, a nearly impassable swamp, served as a natural boundary protecting these northern reaches. In the center of the continent, the fertile riverland spread around the three great rivers, the Trident, formed by the blue, red, and green forks. To the west rose the imposing mountains of the Westerlands, rich with gold and silver in their depths, waiting millennia to be discovered. The Vale, nestled between its mountains, remained isolated and protected. The stormlands to the southeast faced the fury of the narrow sea, while the Reach flourished as the most fertile region, its golden fields and orchards yet to be tended by human hands. Dawn, the southernmost kingdom, lay wrapped in its desert heat and mountain passes, separated from the rest of the continent by the Red Mountains. Offshore, the Iron Islands waited in the sunset sea, harsh and unyielding, while far to the east, across the narrow sea, Essos stretched into lands unknown and mysterious. The seasons of Westeros have always followed patterns unfamiliar to our own world. Even in these earliest days, summers and winters lasted for years, not months, with no predictable pattern to their coming. The Maesters have long studied the irregular seasons, proposing various explanations from the magical to the astronomical. Some believe the erratic climate is connected to ancient magic, perhaps tied to the children of the forest, or forces even older. Others suggest the peculiar orbit of the world, or the influence of its multiple moons. What remains certain is that the long winters shaped all life that would evolve in Westeros. Plants adapted to store energy through years of summer for the dark times ahead. Animals developed thick fur and hibernation patterns spanning not months, but years. And the intelligent races that would later inhabit these lands would center their existence around preparing for winter. Even before the first intelligent beings walked the land, Westeros possessed landmarks of breathtaking majesty. The Frostfangs, a mountain range beyond the lands of the Wall, reached their jagged peaks toward the sky like frozen claws. The haunted forest spread across the northern lands, ancient and primeval, harboring secrets in its depths. To the south, the God's Eye was already a vast lake, though the Isle of Faces within it remained bare of its sacred weirwood trees. The mountains of the moon guarded the Vale, while the marshes of the Neck lay like a green moat across the narrowest part of the continent. Natural hot springs bubbled beneath what would become Winterfell. Thermal vents warmed the caverns that would one day be mined as the gold reserves of Casterly Rock, and the Shadow Tower's black stone waited to be discovered by the first builders of the Night's Watch. Beneath the soil and stern of Westeros lay treasures as yet untouched, the gold of the Westerlands, which would one day make House Lannister the wealthiest in the realm. The iron of the Iron Islands, destined to forge the weapons and armor of the Ironborn, obsidian or dragon glass, cooled in the volcanic depths of Dragonstone, waiting to serve as both tool and weapon against the darkest evils. Precious gems were scattered through mountain ranges, sapphires in the hills of Tarth, later earning it the name Sapphire Isle, diamonds in the Vale, and jade in the far north. Marble waited in quarries to become the walls of White Harbor and King's Landing.
But perhaps the most valuable resources were the fertile soils of the Reach and Riverlands, capable of feeding tens of thousands, and the vast forests that covered much of the continent, providing timber that would one day build castles, ships, and great halls.
Over countless ages, natural forces carved and shaped the land. Rivers cut deep valleys, glaciers from the northern wastes sculpted mountain passes, and the relentless sea eroded coastlines. Yet, there were places where it seemed something more than nature had been at work. The perfect shape of the Sea Dragon Point suggested to later observers the petrified remains of some colossal beast. The next boggy barrier appeared almost deliberately placed to defend the north, and the regular placement of certain mountains and offshore rock formations led some masters to theorize that the children of the forest had a hand in transforming the landscape itself. In the furthest reaches of the north, beyond where the wall would one day stand, strange formations of ice took shapes too regular to be entirely natural. Vast spirals and patterns that could be seen only from great heights, as if meant to be viewed by beings that soared above the earth. In the depths of the haunted forest, clearings formed perfect circles where no tree would grow despite fertile soil. On certain coastal cliffs, particularly in the Iron Islands and along the shores of the Stormlands, rocks were stacked in seemingly impossible arrangements that withstood the fiercest gales. The very rivers themselves sometimes defied natural explanation. The Trident's three forks, blue, green, and red, converged with a geometric precision that suggested deliberate design rather than chance. The Mander wound through the reach in a pattern that, when viewed from above, resembled a giant serpent coiled protectively around the most fertile lands, and in dawn, underground rivers flowed in patterns that somehow anticipated where future settlements would be built thousands of years later. Even the placement of natural resources seemed almost too convenient. Gold in the Westerlands, iron in the Iron Islands, fertile soil in the Reach, natural harbors exactly where major ports would later arise. It was as if the continent itself had been crafted with foresight of the civilizations that would one day inhabit it, whether through natural processes or ancient magic. By the time the first intelligent beings appeared in Westeros, the land had been prepared as if awaiting their arrival, rich with resources, diverse in terrain, and ripe with possibility. Perhaps the oldest magic of all was not that of the children or the first men, but of the land itself, ancient beyond reckoning and patient beyond understanding. Scattered throughout pristine Westeros stood features that would later become sacred to its inhabitants, places where the boundary between the mundane and the mystical seemed particularly thin. These sites, awaiting discovery and veneration, held secrets that would shape the spiritual beliefs of generations to come. In the north, hot springs bubbled through frozen ground, creating pools of steaming water that never froze even in the coldest winters. These springs, particularly abundant in the area that would become Winterfell, suggested fire burning within the icy heart of the north, a balance of opposing forces that seemed to defy natural law. Certain ancient trees, predecessors of the weirwoods, already stood watch over the continent, their roots reaching deep into the earth, their branches stretching towards stars that had different patterns than those we know today. Though they did not yet bear faces, these trees possessed a silent sentience, absorbing the slow rhythms of a world without human voices. Scattered across the landscape were stones of curious properties, stones that hummed faintly when touched, stones that remained warm despite snow piling around them, stones that seemed to shift position when unwatched. Later generations would build their most sacred sites around these mysterious markers, recognizing in them something beyond ordinary understanding. In the depths of certain caves, particularly on the Isle of Faces, and in the far north, strange crystalline formations caught light in ways that seemed to create images, shadows of events yet to occur, ethereal paintings of a future still unwritten. These cryptic galleries would later become sacred places of prophecy and vision. The seas surrounding Westeros had their own mysteries. In certain bays, the waters swirled in patterns contrary to tide and wind, creating whirlpools that appeared and disappeared according to rhythms no sailor could predict. Offshore, certain underwater formations created harmonics when waves passed through them, natural instruments playing melodies for none but the fish to hear. All of these features awaited interpretation and reverence from conscious minds. They were the silent witnesses of a world preparing for awakening, physical manifestations of mysteries that would later be woven into the mythologies of a dozen cultures. The heavens that arched over primeval Westeros differed from those we know today. Most striking was the presence of what ancient legends would later call the second moon, a celestial body that shared the night sky with the familiar silver orb, creating patterns of light and shadow unknown to later generations. This second moon, according to the most ancient legends, was said to have drawn too close to the sun and cracked like an egg, releasing thousands of dragons into the world. While maesters dismiss this as mere fantasy, they cannot explain certain astronomical anomalies recorded in the oldest remaining texts, references to the night of 1,000 falling stars that may describe the second moon's destruction. The constellations themselves had different arrangements in those distant times. The ice dragon, that important northern star formation, pointed not toward the North Pole, but toward the eastern horizon, as if guiding future travelers across the narrow sea. The moon-made stars formed a tighter cluster, making her appear younger in the ancient sky. The stallion reared directly above what would later become Valles Dothrek, though no human eyes yet existed to note this correspondence. Certain meteor showers occurred with remarkable regularity, particularly over the site that would later become Starfall, seat of House Dane. These falling stars brought strange metals to Westeros, not quite iron, not quite steel, with properties that would later be recognized as similar to Valyrian steel, though from a source far older than the Freehold. During certain seasons, lights danced in the northern skies, curtains of green, blue, and purple that shimmered above the lands of always winter. In the absence of human observers, these displays illuminated only endless fields of snow and the slow movements of creatures now lost to time. In the far south, similar lights sometimes appeared above the summer sea, their reflection creating seas of haunting luminescence. The very stars themselves seemed more numerous and brighter in those ancient skies, before the smoke of human fires and the haze of dragon flame would later dim their luster. They wheeled overhead in patterns that influenced the movements of tides and the migrations of animals, silent clockwork of a world still ticking to purely natural rhythms. As the sky darkens and stars fill the night above Westeros, we leave this pristine land for now, poised at the moment before history truly began. Soon, the first peoples would emerge from the mists of legend, and their story, the first chapter in the epic tale of Westeros, awaits us as our journey continues. Rest now and dream of a world untouched, of mountains rising from the mist, of ancient forests stirring in the wind, of rivers finding their way to the waiting sea. Let your mind drift among the strange stars of this primordial sky, feeling the profound silence of a world awaiting its first song. Tomorrow, we shall meet those who first called this land home. Chapter 2. The First Peoples. As the empty landscape of ancient Westeros awaited the dawn of history, it was not mankind who first walked its forests and plains, but beings of magic and mystery. Let us explore these first inhabitants who made this land their own, long before the kingdoms of men arose. The most significant of these first peoples were the children of the forest, known in their own tongue as those who sing the song of earth, small in stature, but ancient in wisdom. These were not children as we understand the term, but a distinct race, the eldest known sentient species of Westeros, standing no taller than a human child. The children possessed otherworldly features that marked them as something beyond mere humanity. Their skin bore the hues of the forest itself, mottled patterns of brown and green that allowed them to blend seamlessly with their woodland homes. Their eyes, unusually large and expressive, glowed amber or green, cat-like in the darkness and capable of seeing farther and clearer than human eyes ever could. Now striking with their hands, graced with only 4 fingers, ending in sharp obsidian-like claws rather than nails, natural tools for carving and hunting. Their senses were keener than those of humans, particularly their hearing, which could detect sounds beyond human perception. It was said they could hear the whispers of leaves and the slow breathing of trees. The children wore no clothes, as humans understand them, instead adorning themselves with leaves, vines, and feathers in summer, and layered cloaks of squirrel and rabbit fur in winter. They crafted no metals and built no cities of stone, living instead in perfect harmony with the natural world around them. Their dwellings were hidden away in caves within hollow trees, or in crannogs raised above marshy ground. Some Meisters believe they inhabited elaborate structures woven into the branches of trees, particularly weirwoods, though no physical evidence of such dwellings remains. The children were not numerous compared to the humans who would follow them. Their lifespans, however, stretched far beyond human years, with some said to live for 2 centuries or more. They took no part in agriculture as we understand it, living instead as hunter-gatherers who consumed only what the forest freely provided, ensuring through their magic that the land remained bountiful. The children practiced a deep primal magic tied intimately to the natural world, what would later be called the magic of earth, water, and wood. This was no mere sorcery of spoken spells and arcane gestures, but a fundamental connection to the forces of nature itself, a harmonious dialogue between consciousness and the elements that sustained it. Central to their magic were the weirwood trees, white-bark giants with blood-red leaves and faces carved into their trunks. These were no ordinary carvings, for the faces were said to be the watchful eyes and ears of the old gods. Through these trees, the green seers among the children, those blessed with the greatest magical gifts, could see across vast distances, and even through time itself. It is said that 1,000 eyes and one could belong to a powerful green seer, watching events unfold across the continent through the network of heart trees. When a child of the forest died, particularly a green seer, their consciousness was believed to join this weirwood network, becoming one with the collective memory and awareness of their people. Thus, death for them was not an end, but a transformation, emerging with the eternal consciousness of forest and earth. This is why the faces on the trees sometimes seemed to shift expression when no one was watching, and why the red sap that flowed like blood from carved weirwoods was considered sacred. The children's magic manifested in myriad ways. They sang songs in the true tongue, a language so beautiful it was said to make flowers bloom and trees bow. These songs could call animals from their dens, direct the growth of plants, or summon mist to hide their forest homes from enemies. In moments of great need, their songs could even cause the earth itself to tremble and shift, raising stone barriers or opening chasms beneath their foes. Water magic was particularly potent among the children. They could direct the flow of rivers, calm raging rapids, or find underground springs with a mere touch of their 4-fingered hands upon the soil. In their most desperate hour, they would use this power to shatter the arm of dawn, though such destructive magic exacted a terrible price from those who wielded it. Their skin-changing abilities, the power to enter the minds of animals and see through their eyes or control their actions, was not reserved only for green seers, but was relatively common among their kind. A child might simultaneously maintain awareness through dozens of birds, creating an aerial surveillance network that allowed them to monitor vast territories. The most gifted could even briefly enter the consciousness of plants, feeling the slow movement of sap and the patient unfurling of leaves. The children's obsidian weapons were not merely tools, but extensions of their magical will. With them, they could hunt game that outran them, and defend against threats that outmatched their small stature. These weapons were crafted in complex rituals that bound the essence of fire within the frozen volcanic glass. When used against certain enemies, particularly those of ice, these weapons would flare with an inner light, revealing their true nature as frozen fire. Perhaps their greatest magical achievement was the creation of the Green Men, guardians of the Isle of Faces, in the God's Eye Lake, where the most sacred grove of weirwoods was established after their pact with the first men. These Green Men were entrusted with preserving the knowledge and traditions of the children for all time. Neither fully human nor fully children, these enigmatic beings wore antlers upon their heads and possessed lifespans that stretched across centuries. Their skin was mottled green and brown like the children, but they stood tall as men. They spoke both the true tongue and the language of the first men, serving as eternal mediators between the races. In the deepest groves, where the oldest weirwoods grew, the children created places of power where the barriers between past, present, and future thinned. In these sacred sites, even those without green seer gifts might glimpse shadows of things that had been, or whispers of things to come. Some of these locations would later become the foundations for the greatest castles in Westeros, their builders drawn unknowingly to the magical potency that lingered there. While the children claimed the forests as their domain, the giants roamed the more open spaces of ancient Westeros, particularly in the north and beyond the wall. Massive beings standing twice the height of the tallest men, these creatures represented the raw, physical might of the old world, covered in thick shaggy hair like woolly mammoths. Giants possessed tremendous strength and endurance, but limited intelligence by human standards. They wielded crude weapons, entire trees used as clubs or boulders hurled as missiles, and wore no armor save for rough hides or furs. The giants spoke their own language, the old tongue, a harsh and guttural speech of booming syllables that echoed through mountain valleys. Later, some would learn a simplified version of the old tongue used by the first men, allowing limited communication between the species. Unlike the children, giants built no permanent settlements. Instead, migrating with seasons and food sources, they domesticated massive woolly mammoths, as the first men would later domesticate horses, riding them across the snowy wastes and using them to carry their simple belongings. The relationship between giants and the children was one of mutual respect and distance. They shared the land, but rarely interacted, each recognizing the other's right to exist unmolested in their chosen territories. Beyond the children and giants, ancient Westeros was home to beings now relegated to legend and fireside tales. While maesters debate their existence, the common folk and even some noble houses maintain that these creatures once walked the realm. The Merlings, or merfolk, were said to inhabit the waters surrounding Westeros, particularly around the Iron Islands and in the Sunset Sea. Half human and half fish, they supposedly built underwater cities of spiral shells and pearl domes. House Manderly's heraldry still features a merman, and sailors to this day speak of strange music rising from the depths during certain moon phases. Deep in the mountains of the Vale and the Westerlands, legends tell of the Deep Ones, a race of twilight beings who mined the earth's treasures and crafted items of such beauty that even the children coveted them. Some believe the Casterlys, the original rulers of Casterly Rock before the Lannisters, traded with these beings. In the furthest north, beyond even where the giants roamed, the Ice River clans spoke in hushed tones of the others, beings of living ice who stalked the lands of always winter. Whether these early tales truly referred to the White Walkers, who would later threaten all life, or were merely northern myths, remains uncertain. The Craniesmen of the Neck preserved tales of the lizard lions, not merely the large reptiles still found in their swamps, but an ancient race of lizard lion riders who could speak and worked strange magics before retreating deep into the most inaccessible marshes. For thousands of years before mankind arrived on the shores of Westeros, these first peoples lived in a state of balance with the world around them. The children tended the forests with their magic, ensuring the cycles of life continued uninterrupted. The giants followed the great herds across the plains and mountains, taking only what they needed. This was the dawn age of Westeros, a time of magic and mystery before recorded history, when seasons might last a generation and strange lights danced in the northern skies. The celestial patterns were different then. Some Meisters believed there were once 2 moons in the sky above Westeros, until one drew too close to the sun and shattered, sending dragon glass falling to the earth. The children sang their songs, the giants thundered across the plains, and the world existed in a harmony that would never quite be recaptured once mankind arrived to claim the land as their own. The children of the forest marked the turning of seasons and significant celestial events with elaborate ceremonies that showcased the depth of their connection to the natural world. These were not simply celebrations, but magical workings that helped maintain the balance of natural forces. The most sacred of these was the Green Dream Festival, held once every decade when a certain configuration of stars appeared overhead. During this rare celestial alignment, the veil between physical reality and the realm of visions grew thin. The children would gather in their greatest weirwood groves, usually near what would later become Winterfell and on the Isle of Faces. There their green seers would enter profound trance states, lasting days, during which they could glimpse far into past and future. The knowledge gained during these visions would be shared through song and story, guiding the children's actions for the decade to come. The turning of leaves ceremony marked the shift from summer to autumn, a particularly important transition in a world where seasons lasted for years. Children from various settlements would gather, bringing seeds collected from their territories. In a complex ritual involving song, dance, and blood sacrifice, usually from small animals, they would infuse these seeds with protective magic before dispersing to plant them throughout their territories. These enchanted seeds would grow into plants with unusual properties, plants that could survive the harshest winters and provide sustenance when other food sources failed. The giants had their own, less sophisticated, but no less meaningful rituals. During midwinter, giant clans would converge at ancient meeting grounds marked by stone circles in the far north. There they would build massive bonfires visible for leagues around and engage in contests of strength, boulder throwing, mammoth wrestling, and feats of endurance in the bitter cold. These gatherings served practical purposes beyond celebration, allowing for the exchange of news, the arrangement of marriages between clans, and the settlement of disputes that had arisen during the year. The giants' most solemn ceremony was the Mammoth Blessing, performed when a giant child reached maturity and formed their first bond with a mammoth companion. This partnership was not merely practical, but spiritual. Giants believed that a part of their soul would reside within their mammoth, and a part of the mammoth spirit within them. When either died, proper rituals were essential to guide these fragmented souls back to wholeness in the afterlife. The true tongue, spoken by the children of the forest, bore little resemblance to any human language that would follow. It consisted not only of conventional sounds, but also of sensory impressions transmitted directly from mind to mind, colors, scents, and emotional states that added layers of meaning impossible to translate into written form. When heard by human ears, it was said to sound like the rustling of leaves, the breaking of ice, and the songs of birds, all woven together into something eerily beautiful, yet inherently alien. The giants spoke a much simpler language, sometimes called the Old Tongue of the Giants, which would later influence the Old Tongue of the First Men. Their vocabulary was limited compared to the children's, but contained hundreds of terms for different types of snow and ice, dozens for various mammoth behaviors, and precise terminology for navigation by stars. They spoke in low, rumbling tones that carried for miles across open tundra, allowing giant clans to communicate over vast distances during clear weather. If maulings existed, sailors' tales suggest, they communicated through haunting songs that carried clearly underwater and could be heard as ethereal melodies by humans sailing above. These songs allegedly could control tides and call sea creatures from the depths. Though such claims remain unverified, the Deep Ones supposedly used a language of precise mathematical patterns rather than conventional words, communication through sacred geometry and numerical sequences. The few artifacts attributed to them feature recurring spiral patterns and complex arrangements of dots and lines that some scholars believe represented their writing system. Even during the Dawn Age, certain regions of Westeros remained mysterious and largely uninhabited, avoided by both children and giants for reasons lost to time. The Shadow Tower's location, long before the wall was built, was shunned by all beings. The children would not enter the area, claiming the stones there remembered terrible things and spoke with voices that should remain silent. The lands of Always Winter, beyond even where giants roamed, contained structures of ice that neither the children nor giants claimed to have built, perfect geometric formations that seemed to glow from within under certain phases of the moon. The few giants who ventured near these structures reported disturbing dreams and the sensation of being watched by ancient, patient eyes. Deep beneath the Iron Islands, particularly under what would become Nagas Hill on Old Wyke, existed a network of caverns containing minerals found nowhere else in Westeros. These strange phosphorescent stones caused water in their vicinity to swirl against prevailing currents and disrupted the magical abilities of any children who approached them. The Ironborn would later build their most sacred sites over these locations, perhaps unknowingly drawn to their strange properties. In the far southern deserts of Dorne, perfectly circular depressions in the sand would appear overnight, with intricate patterns spiraling toward their centers. These formations would remain for exactly 7 days before disappearing, regardless of wind conditions. The children claimed these were footprints of something that walks between worlds, and gave them wide berth. As you drift towards sleep, imagine these first peoples in the last moments of their solitary existence in Westeros, the children communing with their weirwood trees, their voices raised in songs of power that make the leaves tremble, the giants lumbering across snow-covered plains alongside their mammoths, their deep calls echoing between mountain peaks, the merlings, if they existed, watching from coastal waters, their scaled forms glinting in the depths as they prepare to retreat from approaching ships, the green men on their sacred isle, feeling a distant tremor in the weirwood network that warns of coming change. Their world was about to change irrevocably, for across the arm of Dorne the first humans were preparing to cross into this land of magic and mystery. The age of solitary communion with nature was ending. An age of conflict, conquest, and eventually cooperation was about to begin.
In our next chapter, we shall follow these newcomers, the first men. As they set foot on Westeros and encounter its original inhabitants, beginning a struggle that would define the fate of the continent for thousands of years to come. But for now, rest in the ancient silence of a world not yet awakened to human ambition, a world still breathing to the rhythms of magical forces beyond our understanding.
Chapter 3: The First Men. As the children of the forest and giants continued their ancient way of life, a new chapter in the history of Westeros was about to begin. From across the eastern horizon came the first men, the earliest human inhabitants to set foot on the continent, whose legacy would endure through bloodlines and traditions for thousands of years to come. The arrival of these newcomers would forever alter the face of Westeros, bringing both destruction and innovation, conflict and eventual cooperation. Their bronze weapons gleamed in the sun as they crossed the land bridge from Essos. Their voices, the first human words ever spoken on Westerosi soil, carrying strange sounds through forests that had known only the true tongue of the children and the rumbling speech of giants. The first men came not as conquerors by design, but as seekers of new homes. Yet their very nature, ambitious, expansive, adaptable, would make conflict inevitable with the elder races who had lived in harmony with the land since time immemorial. This meeting of fundamentally different peoples with different needs and different understandings of the world would shape the destiny of Westeros for millennia to come. Approximately 12,000 years before Aegon's conquest, the first humans arrived in Westeros. They came not by ship, but by foot, crossing the land bridge known as the Arm of Dawn, that once connected the eastern continent of Essos to the southernmost part of Westeros. This natural causeway, wide enough in places for 100 men to walk abreast, rose from the sea like the spine of some great stone serpent, its path occasionally broken by small islands, where travelers could rest before continuing their journey. The crossing was treacherous despite the physical connection between continents. Fierce storms frequently battered the exposed bridge, and in places the path narrowed to precarious ledges above crashing waves. Strange tidal patterns, perhaps influenced by the magic still strong in the world, meant that portions of the bridge would disappear underwater during certain lunar phases, only to re-emerge days later. Those who attempted the crossing had to time their journey carefully, carrying knowledge passed down through generations about safe passage. These migrants were a tribal people, hardy and determined, fleeing some forgotten calamity, or perhaps simply seeking new lands to settle. Some legends speak of a great darkness that had fallen over their original homeland, possibly a reference to volcanic activity, prolonged drought, or even some catastrophic war now lost to history. Others suggest they were driven westward by pressure from more powerful eastern tribes, forced to seek new hunting grounds beyond the reach of their enemies. They brought with them bronze weapons and tools, technology unknown to the children of the forest, along with domesticated animals, including horses, which had never before been seen in Westeros. Their arrival marked the first appearance of the horse on the continent, an innovation that would profoundly alter warfare, travel, and agriculture. They also brought domesticated dogs, bred specifically for hunting and fighting, ancestors of the modern direwolves that would become symbolic of House Stark. The crossing was not undertaken all at once, but in waves spanning generations. First came scouts and small bands of warriors, testing this new land. These initial explorers traveled light, carrying only essential weapons and supplies. Many never returned, falling prey to unknown hazards, or perhaps choosing to remain in this promising new territory. Those who did return spoke of wonders, vast forests teeming with game, mountains rich with ore, fertile valleys where no human had ever planted seed, and strange lights that danced in ancient groves. Such promises of abundance drew more of their people westward. As word spread of this new land, entire tribes began the journey, bringing their families, livestock, and all their worldly possessions. They traveled in skin boats along the coastline where the bridge was damaged or submerged, and on foot across the more stable sections. Their most precious possessions were carried by the tribal elders, sacred objects, ancestral weapons, and most importantly, their fire. Their shamans carried the fire of their ancestors in clay pots, decorated with protective symbols, never allowing the flames to extinguish during the long journey. They believed that if the fire died, so too would their connection to their ancestors and their claim to the new lands they sought. The migration occurred in surges that corresponded with seasonal patterns. During particularly harsh winters, in Essos, more tribes would make the perilous journey westward. During times of plenty, the flow would slow to a trickle of adventurers and outcasts. Sometimes years would pass with no crossings, only for a sudden mass migration to occur when conditions changed in the east. Over centuries, these patterns brought tens of thousands of first men to Westeros. These were not a unified people, but a collection of diverse tribes, each with their own customs, leaders, and distinctive appearances. Some were fair-haired and blue-eyed, others dark and swarthy. Some adorned themselves with intricate tattoos that told their life stories, while others scarred their faces in patterns that identified their tribal affiliations. They shared a common language, the old tongue, and certain cultural practices, but they were as likely to war with each other as to cooperate. What united them was their determined advance into this new continent, driven by the human desire for land and resources. The tribes had diverse specializations. Some were primarily hunters who followed game herds. Others were semi-nomadic herders who moved with their livestock between seasonal pastures. And still others were more settled agriculturalists who sought fertile river valleys for permanent farming communities. This diversity of lifestyles would later influence where different groups chose to settle across Westeros and what resources they prioritized in their new homeland. The first men lived in tribal groups led by chieftains who commanded through strength and wisdom. Their society valued martial prowess, and their warriors adorned themselves with bronze torques and arm rings, signifying their status and accomplishments in battle. Their religious beliefs centered around nature worship, with particular reverence for streams, mountains, and forests. They practiced sacrifice to these natural features, offering animals and harvest fruits to ensure good fortune and bountiful hunting. Their shamans interpreted omens from the flights of birds and patterns in entrails of sacrificed beasts. Unlike the children, the first men practiced agriculture, clearing forests to plant barley, oats, and vegetables. They built permanent settlements of timber and thatch, surrounding their villages with wooden palisades for protection. They domesticated dogs for hunting, sheep and goats for wool and meat, and horses for transportation and warfare. The technological advantage over the children was significant. Bronze weapons, axes, spears, and arrows gave them a deadly edge in combat. Bronze tools allowed them to clear forests and work the soil more efficiently than the stone and obsidian implements of the children. Most importantly, they brought fire not as a rare and feared natural force, but as a controlled tool used daily for cooking, warmth, and clearing land. The first men wore clothing woven from wool and linen, dyed with natural pigments and patterns that identified their tribal affiliations. Their leaders wore cloaks of fur and carried shields emblazoned with totemic symbols. bears, wolves, eagles, and other creatures they respected for their strength or cunning. Their knowledge was preserved through oral tradition, with each tribe having its storytellers who memorized genealogies, laws, and the history of their people. Music played an important role in their ceremonies, with drums, burned flutes, and simple stringed instruments accompanying tales of heroic deeds and ancient legends. The initial encounters between the first men and the children are lost to history, recorded only in myth and legend. It seems likely that early meetings were peaceful, marked by curiosity on both sides. The children, few in number and peaceful by nature, initially welcomed these strange newcomers, perhaps hoping to share the vast lands of Westeros. But fundamental differences in how each viewed the land soon led to conflict. The first men saw forests as obstacles to be cleared for farming and settlement. They cut down weirwood trees for timber, seeing them as particularly straight and strong building material. To the children, this was sacrilege. The destruction of their sacred heart trees represented not merely a territorial dispute, but a spiritual violation. As the first men pushed further into Westeros, establishing settlements and clearing ever more forest, the children grew alarmed. They retreated deeper into the woods, observing with growing concern as bronze axes bit into weirwood trunks and fire consumed ancient groves. What began as isolated skirmishes eventually erupted into open warfare. The children, though physically smaller and fewer in number, possessed powerful nature magic to counterbalance the technological advantages of the first men. The children's green seers called upon beasts of forest, field, and sky to attack the invaders. Packs of wolves descended on settlements, bears tore through wooden palisades, and flocks of ravens blinded warriors in battle. More terrifying still were the skin changers among the children who could enter the minds of animals and control them directly, turning the first men's own horses and dogs against them. The first men fought back with their superior numbers and bronze weapons. They burned sections of forest to drive out the children and established fortified settlements on hilltops where they could better defend against attacks from the magical creatures of the wood. The most devastating use of the children's magic came when their green seers used dark enchantments to shatter the arm of dawn itself, summoning the waves of the narrow sea to drown the land bridge and prevent more first men from crossing into Westeros. This cataclysmic event succeeded in its immediate purpose, cutting off reinforcements from Essos, but failed to expel those first men already established on Westeros. The narrow sea rushed in to fill the gap, leaving only a string of rocky islands, the stepstones, to mark where the land bridge once stood. Despite this dramatic display of power, the children were fighting a losing battle. The first men were simply too numerous, too technologically advanced, and too determined to claim Westeros as their own. For every first man warrior who fell, more children were born in their growing settlements. For every forest the children defended successfully, 3 more were cleared and planted with crops. After centuries of bitter conflict that devastated both sides, the wisest among the children and the first men sought peace. On a small island in the center of a great lake called God's Eye, representatives of both peoples met beneath a grove of weirwoods to forge what would become known as the Pact. The terms were straightforward but profound in their implications. The first men would receive the open lands, the plains, hills, mountains, and meadows, while the children would maintain their claim to the deep forests. The first men swore never again to cut down weirwood trees, and in return the children promised to abandon their claim to the lands already settled by humans. To seal this pact, the faces were carved into every weirwood in the grove, creating the Isle of Faces, a sacred place that would be tended by the mysterious order known as the Green Men, who may have included members of both races. The most significant outcome of this peace was cultural rather than territorial. In the centuries of war and subsequent coexistence, the first men had come to respect the power of the children's magic. They abandoned their nameless gods from across the sea and adopted the religion of the children, the worship of the nameless, faceless gods of forest, stream, and stone that would come to be known simply as the old gods. This adoption was neither immediate nor universal, but over generations, the first men came to pray before the carved faces of the weirwoods, believing that their gods could see through these eyes and hear prayers whispered before these twisted trunks. They learned that blood sacrifice before a heart tree was particularly potent, though the practice evolved from sacrificing humans, as may have been done in the earliest days, to merely pricking a finger to offer a few drops of blood to the hungry roots. With peace established, the first men flourished and expanded across Westeros. They spread northward beyond the Neck, southward into Doran, and westward to the shores of the Sunset Sea. Only the deep forest remained predominantly the domain of the children, who retreated further into their woodland sanctuaries with each passing generation. Different tribes of first men adapted to the varied environments of Westeros, developing distinct cultural identities that would eventually form the foundations of the various kingdoms. Those who settled in the north became particularly hardy, developing thicker clothing and more substantial dwellings to withstand the harsh winters. Those in Dorne adapted to the desert heat, while those in the Riverlands became skilled boatmen and fishermen. The most significant political development was the emergence of petty kingdoms. As villages grew into towns and populations increased, powerful chieftains began styling themselves as kings, claiming authority over ever larger territories. By the height of the Age of Heroes, hundreds of small kingdoms dotted the landscape of Westeros, each centered around a stronghold or sacred site. The first men's settlements grew more sophisticated with time. Wooden palisades evolved into hill forts with earthwork defenses. In some regions, they began working with stone, creating the foundations for what would eventually become the great castles of later eras. Trade networks developed between different regions, with amber, tin, salt, and other resources moving along established routes. While the pact established peace between the children and first men, other inhabitants of Westeros had their own reactions to human expansion. The giants retreated northward, beyond what would eventually become the Wall, finding the increasing human population threatening to their way of life. Some tales suggest limited trade between giants and certain first men tribes in the far north, but such interactions became increasingly rare. Other legendary beings had varied responses. The Merlings, if they existed, remained in their watery domains, occasionally trading with coastal settlements of first men according to some legends. The Deep Ones retreated further into their mountain strongholds, and tales of their magnificent craftsmanship faded into legend. As the first men settled into their new homeland and gradually adopted the worship of the old gods, they developed distinctive ritualistic practices that reflected both their own cultural heritage and their growing understanding of Westeros spirituality. These rituals would form the bedrock of northern religion for thousands of years to come. The most sacrosanct ceremony was the blood offering before a heart tree. Unlike the complex songs and nature magic of the children, first men rituals were straightforward and pragmatic. A tribal leader or elder would approach the carved face of a weirwood, cut his palm with a stone knife, and press the bleeding hand against the pale bark. This simple act was believed to open communication with the old gods, allowing them to see through the eyes of the tree and hear the prayers offered. Important oaths were always sworn before heart trees, as it was believed that the old gods would witness these promises and punish those who broke them. This practice gave rise to the saying, "The old gods can see through the eyes of the weirwoods," a phrase that would still carry weight in the North thousands of years later. Marriages among the first men eventually incorporated elements borrowed from the children. The bride and groom would come separately to a weirwood, where they would stand on opposite sides of the trunk. After walking around it in opposite directions, meeting 3 times, they would face each other before the carved face to speak their vows. No written documentation was required. The tree itself was the witness and record of their union. The change of seasons, particularly the onset of winter, was marked by community-wide rituals. As daylight shortened and the first snows fell, the first men would gather before their heart trees to sacrifice portions of their harvest and livestock. These winter calling ceremonies were not merely symbolic, but practical preparations for the harsh seasons ahead. Community bonds were strengthened through shared feasting after the ritual, and plans were made for how resources would be distributed during the coming winter. The naming of children was another important ceremony. Infants would not receive proper names until they had survived their first year. Until then, they were given milk names or temporary designations. At the naming ceremony, the child would be presented to the heart tree, where the father would place a drop of his blood on the child's forehead, symbolically connecting them to both their family lineage and to the old gods. Over the centuries following the pact, First Men's society developed considerably from its tribal origins. While maintaining their reverence for strength and martial prowess, their culture became more sophisticated as they learned from the children and adapted to their new environment. The concept of kings emerged gradually from tribal chieftains, whose influence expanded beyond their immediate clan. These early monarchs did not inherit their positions automatically. While bloodlines were respected, leadership typically passed to the most capable male relative, rather than strictly to the eldest son. A king needed to demonstrate strength, wisdom, and the favor of the gods to maintain his position. As communities grew from temporary encampments to permanent settlements, distinctive architectural styles emerged in different regions. In the north, where winters were harshest, first men built sturdy, practical structures of stone and heavy timber, with few decorative elements but excellent insulation. Central hearths formed the heart of every home, with smoke holes in the ceiling carefully designed to minimize heat loss. In the riverlands, structures were often built on raised platforms to protect against seasonal flooding, while in the mountains of the Vale, homes were partially carved into hillsides for protection against harsh winds. The most significant structures were the hill forts, defensible positions usually constructed on natural elevations, surrounded by ditches and wooden palisades. These would eventually evolve into the first castles of Westeros. Notable examples included the original wooden fort at Winterfell, later rebuilt in stone by Brandon the Builder, the High Hall of the Arryns, predecessor to the Eyrie, and Old Town's ancient fortress that predated even the arrival of the first men. Trade networks gradually developed between different settlements, initially based on barter systems. Salt, obsidian, bronze, amber, and furs were particularly valuable trade goods. Rivers became important trade routes, with the Trident in the Riverlands and the Maunder in the Reach serving as commercial highways. In regions where navigable rivers were absent, the first men constructed primitive roads, often little more than cleared paths through forests, but nonetheless vital for communication between isolated communities. Family structures among the first men centered around the patriarchal household. Extended family units lived together or in close proximity, with several generations under one roof. Marriage alliances became important diplomatic tools between different tribes and later between nascent kingdoms. The custom of bride prices, paying the bride's family with goods, livestock, or land, was common throughout First Men society. though the specific traditions varied by region. Social hierarchies became more complex. As society developed, beneath the kings were noble families who controlled substantial territories, often descended from successful warriors or wise tribal elders. Below them were free farmers, craftsmen, and warriors who owed allegiance to their lords, but maintained personal freedoms. At the bottom were thralls, captured enemies, or criminals who served as laborers for a set period before regaining their freedom. True slavery was rare among the first men, except in the Iron Islands, where captured salt wives and forced laborers became commonplace. Justice was administered through a combination of ancient customs and the personal judgment of lords and kings. Blood feuds between families were recognized as legitimate when grievances remained unresolved, though such conflicts were typically suspended during winters when survival required cooperation. Trial by combat emerged as a method of settling disputes, based on the belief that the gods would grant victory to the righteous party. Serious crimes such as murder, oath-breaking, and desertion were punishable by death, with execution traditionally carried out by the same lord who passed the sentence, a practice the Starks would maintain until the end of their dynasty. Though often characterized as primitive by later Andal chroniclers, the first men developed significant artistic and intellectual traditions during their thousands of years as the sole human inhabitants of Westeros. While they lacked writing beyond simple runes carved in stone, they preserved knowledge through oral traditions of remarkable sophistication. Music played a central role in first men culture, with distinctive instruments including skin drums, bone flutes, simple stringed instruments made from animal gut, and bronze horns for signaling in battle. Their songs followed complex metrical patterns that made them easier to memorize, with professional bards, known as singers, responsible for preserving historical accounts, genealogies, and religious hymns. The oldest of these songs, like The Night That Ended and The Last Hero, would still be sung in the North thousands of years later, remarkably intact despite countless retellings. Visual arts focused primarily on practical objects. Pottery was adorned with geometric patterns that often held symbolic significance, with specific designs indicating a vessel's contents or the status of its owner. Weaving produced distinctive textiles, with regional variations. The mountain clans of the Vale favored bold geometric patterns, while northern weavers developed more subtle designs in grays and whites that reflected the snowy landscape. Metalwork, particularly in bronze, reached high levels of craftsmanship, with status symbols like torques and arm rings featuring elaborate animal motifs. Astronomical knowledge was highly developed among the first men, a necessity in a world with unpredictable seasons. By observing celestial patterns, their wise men, predecessors to the Meisters, could make limited predictions about seasonal changes and help communities prepare for coming winters. Stone circles discovered throughout Westeros, particularly in the north and the Reach, appear to have served as primitive calendars aligned with solstices and other significant astronomical events. Medical knowledge combined practical herbalism with spiritual rituals. Certain plants were identified as having healing properties, with traditional preparations passed down through generations of healers. Barred willow bark was used for pain relief, king's blood moss to prevent infection in wounds, and weirwood sap mixed with honey for treating lung ailments. These treatments were typically accompanied by appeals to the old gods, with serious procedures always performed near heart trees, if possible. Knowledge of agriculture developed significantly during this period, with crop rotation techniques emerging to maintain soil fertility. The first men cultivated barley, oats, and hardy root vegetables in the north, while the more temperate regions supported wheat, fruits, and eventually grapes for wine. Animal husbandry focused on hardy breeds adapted to Westerosi conditions, sturdy mountain sheep in the Vale, shaggy cattle in the north, and horses bred for endurance rather than speed. Metallurgy remained centered on bronze for most of the first men's dominance. Their techniques became increasingly sophisticated. Different alloys were developed for specific purposes, harder compositions for weapons and tools, more malleable forms for decorative objects. Late in the Age of Heroes, some archaeological evidence suggests the first men may have begun experimenting with ironworking independently of Andal influence, though this development was overtaken by the Andal invasion and their superior iron technology. The thousands of years would pass, and new migrations would change the face of much of Westeros. The influence of the first men remained indelible on the continent's culture, particularly in the north. Their bloodlines, traditions, and worldview persisted through conquests and calamities, forming a foundation upon which later additions would build rather than replace. Their genetic legacy was most evident in the north, where the majority of the population still showed typical first men characteristics: stout, sturdy builds, long faces, brown hair, and gray or brown eyes. House Stark epitomized these features, their distinctive long face being remarked upon even in contemporary times. Beyond the wall, the free folk, or wildlings, represented perhaps the purest descendants of the first men, having never intermingled significantly with Andal or Valyrian bloodlines. The worship of the old gods remained the dominant religion in the north. Even after thousands of years of exposure to the faith of the Seven, the sacred weirwood groves, the solemn prayers before heart trees, and the belief that the gods watched through carved faces continued uninterrupted in an unbroken tradition, stretching back to the Dawn Age. Even houses that adopted the Seven often maintained godswoods out of respect for tradition, if not active worship. Legal concepts established by the first men formed the foundation of Westerosi justice. The principle that the man who passes this sentence should swing the sword originated in first men traditions. Similarly, the sacred status of guest right, the protection offered to those who had accepted bread and salt under one's roof, remained one of the most inviolable customs throughout Westeros, with its violation considered an affront to gods and men alike. Architectural influences persisted in the solid, practical design of northern strongholds. Winterfell, though rebuilt and expanded countless times over millennia, maintained the essential character of first men construction, emphasizing function over ornament, strength over beauty, and practicality over ostentation. The crypts beneath Winterfell, where Stark lords had been entombed for thousands of years, preserved burial practices dating back to the Age of Heroes. Linguistic traces of the old tongue survived in place names, personal names, and certain expressions common throughout Westeros. The Stark motto, "Winter is coming," was said to derive directly from the old tongue, as were terms like warg, skin changer, and greenseer. Many northern houses, Stark, Umber, Glover, Mormont, bore names with roots in this ancient language. Common phrases like "words are wind" and "dark wings," dark words, originated in first men expressions. Perhaps most significantly, many personal values associated with the North: directness, stoicism, emphasis on personal honor, and pragmatic approaches to hardship, derived directly from first men culture. The northern disdain for elaborate courtly manners, their straightforward approach to justice, and their prioritization of survival over luxury, all reflected ancient first men worldviews, shaped by thousands of years of harsh winters and the struggle to endure in difficult conditions. As you drift into slumber, imagine these ancient humans establishing the first permanent settlements in what would one day become the Seven Kingdoms. Picture them gathering before a heart tree at dusk, firelight flickering across the carved face as their chieftain presses a bloodied hand against the white bark. See their bronze torques gleaming in the dying light, as they bow their heads in silent communion with God's older than written history. Hear the haunting notes of bone flutes and skin drums, as their bards sing tales of heroes and monsters, preserving history through melody and meter. These were your ancestors, the foundation of all that would follow, their blood running through the veins of Northmen and Southrons alike, their traditions echoing through ceremonies and customs practiced without understanding of their origins, their simple prayer to nameless gods, still whispered before heart trees 8,000 years after they first learned it from the children of the forest. In our next chapter, we shall explore the darkest winter ever to grip Westeros, the long night, when an enemy far more terrifying than any human foe threatened to extinguish all life from the land, and heroes of legend rose to meet this ultimate challenge. Chapter 4. The Long Night. In the age when the first men and the children of the forest had established their uneasy peace, a darkness beyond imagining descended upon Westeros. A winter unlike any before or since fell upon the land, a winter that would last a generation and threaten to extinguish all life. The sun abandoned the sky, the soil froze to stone, and a terrible enemy emerged from the uttermost north. This was the Long Night, and the struggle against its horrors would define Westeros and its peoples for thousands of years to come. The memories of this time survive, not as history, but as nightmare, fragments of terror preserved in legend, song, and cautionary tale. Even in modern Westeros, parents frighten disobedient children with warnings that the others will get you, little realizing they invoke entities that once nearly conquered the world. The Long Night represents humanity's closest approach to extinction, and the desperate battle against it gave birth to heroes, weapons, and institutions that would shape the continent's destiny for millennia. As we delve into this darkest chapter of Westerosi history, remember that we tread in the shadowlands between fact and myth. What follows is drawn from ancient scrolls, fragmentary legends, and traditions passed down through countless generations. The truth may be stranger and darker than even these grim tales suggest. Approximately 8,000 years before Aegon's conquest, as the first men spread across Westeros and built their petty kingdoms, the regular cycle of seasons began to falter. What should have been a normal winter deepened and lengthened beyond all expectation. Months of cold turned into years, and still the snows fell and the ice spread. The first sign that this winter was unlike any other came when the harvest failed to return after the expected time. Farmers waited for the spring thaws that never arrived, watching with growing dread as their stockpiled food dwindled. Northern settlements, accustomed to harsh weather, initially fared better than southern communities, unaccustomed to prolonged freezing conditions. But as years stretched into a decade with no respite, even the hardy Northmen began to suffer. The sun rose later each day and set earlier until it seemed to barely crest the horizon before sinking again, giving only a few hours of pale, weak light. The moon disappeared entirely for a month of utter darkness, and when it returned, it bore a strange bluish tinge that the children called the corpse light. Stars shone in the sky day and night, while a red comet, the bleeding star, appeared as an omen of doom, its tail stretching across half the heavens like a wound in the fabric of the world itself. Weather patterns changed in disturbing ways beyond the simple cold. Snowstorms lasted for weeks, without interruption, burying entire villages. The seas around Westeros began to freeze, first around the northern coastlines, but eventually reaching as far south as the future site of King's Landing. Ships became trapped in suddenly freezing harbors, their crews starving when they could not break free. Fog banks of unnatural density and persistence appeared without warning, within which travelers reported hearing whispers and seeing fleeting pale shapes. Animals showed the first signs of what was to come. Rats and other vermin fled southward in great migrations, abandoning their burrows as if fleeing some unseen threat. Wolves grew unusually bold, entering settlements in broad daylight to snatch children. Most disturbing were reports from hunters who claimed to have spotted their own game, deer and elk they had killed days earlier, watching them from the edges of forests, moving despite fatal wounds, with eyes gleaming an unnatural blue. As the years of winter stretched on, crops failed, and livestock perished. The first men, who had prospered during the preceding long summer, found their food stores dwindling to nothing. First, they slaughtered their animals, then turned to increasingly desperate food sources, broiling leather goods for sustenance, grinding bones to make a crude flour, and, in the most terrible cases, consuming the flesh of the dead, or even sacrificing the elderly so others might live. Children were born and reached their 5th name day, never having felt the true warmth of summer upon their faces. These winter children developed distinctive traits: pale skin that never tanned, remarkable resistance to cold, and a kind of night vision that allowed them to navigate in the dim half-light that had become normal. Old texts speak of their unusual solemnity and their ability to predict changes in weather days in advance. The old and infirm died by the thousands, unable to withstand the relentless cold. A terrible sickness, known as the blue touch, spread through weakened communities, its victims developing pale blue fingertips and lips before succumbing to a sleep from which they never awakened. Those who died in this manner were quickly burned, as tales spread of corpses rising in the night, unless reduced to ash. The children of the forest fared somewhat better, their magic allowing them to coax life from frozen soil and find game where humans saw only barren snowfields. But even they grew alarmed as the cold pushed ever southward, freezing rivers that had never known ice and killing ancient trees that had stood since the Dawn Age. Their green seers entered trances, lasting months, searching through time and space for the source of this unnatural winter. What they discovered filled them with terror. In the furthest north, beyond the lands claimed by mankind, something stirred in the perpetual darkness, something ancient and malevolent that had slept since the world was young. As humanity huddled around dwindling fires, these beings of ice began their slow march south. As the endless winter stretched from years into decades, those who survived adapted to a world transformed by darkness and cold. Settlements that endured this period developed distinctive architecture designed to maximize heat retention. Homes were partially buried in the earth, with only their roofs exposed, connected by tunnels to create underground communities. Livestock were brought to live inside, with families, their body heat providing valuable warmth. Windows were sealed with a mixture of mud and straw, with only small openings left for smoke to escape. Food preservation and rationing became the central preoccupation of daily life. Elaborate systems were developed to ensure fair distribution, with community elders responsible for managing dwindling stores. Hunters risked their lives daily in the frozen wilderness, bringing back whatever meager game they could find. New methods of preserving meat through smoke and salt were developed, allowing provisions to last far longer than previously possible. Social structures changed under the pressure of survival. The strong rule of petty kings gave way in many areas to councils of elders who made decisions collectively for their communities. Status was determined less by birth and more by contribution to group survival. Hunters, healers, and those skilled at finding food in the barren landscape gained prominence over traditional nobility. Marriage and childbearing patterns shifted dramatically, Fewer children were conceived during the darkest years, whether from nutritional deficiencies or some instinctive response to the crisis. Those born during this period were considered special. Winter children were believed to carry the strength of the darkness in their blood, destined for extraordinary fates if they survived to adulthood. Marriages were often arranged to combine resources between families rather than for political alliances or affection. Religion took on new urgency as people desperately sought divine intervention. Sacrifices to the old gods increased in frequency and intensity. In some communities, violent cults emerged that practiced human sacrifice, believing that only blood could bring back the sun. The children of the forest led rituals combining their magic with first men prayers, creating syncretic practices that would endure in modified form for thousands of years. Languages evolved to describe the previously unimaginable conditions. The old tongue developed dozens of new terms for different types of darkness: cold and snow. Words for hope, sunlight, and warmth took on sacred connotations, spoken only during special ceremonies for fear of tempting fate. Storytelling became crucial for maintaining morale and preserving knowledge, with professional memorizers responsible for keeping alive the memories of summer and the histories of their people. Most settlements were isolated by the dangerous conditions, but a remarkable communication system developed using fire signals from hilltops. On the rare clear nights, communities could transmit simple messages across vast distances, sharing information about migrating game herds, White Walker movements, or even news of small local thaws. This network helped coordinate the scattered resistance against the encroaching darkness. As the others advanced southward, they brought with them a horrifying capability that multiplied their threat exponentially: the power to raise the dead as whites. These reanimated corpses served as foot soldiers in their army, a constantly growing force that converted each fallen defender into a new enemy. Understanding the nature of whites became crucial to survival during the long night. The white was created when an other touched a corpse, or, in some cases, when a person died in an area under their influence. The body would rise again regardless of how it had died, from battle wounds, starvation, or disease. The transformation usually occurred at nightfall, giving rise to the practice of burning all corpses before sunset. Those who died with intact bodies would return with their physical abilities largely preserved, while badly decomposed corpses moved with a more shambling gait, but remained dangerous. The most terrifying aspect of whites was their retention of physical skills from life. A warrior who fell in battle would rise still knowing how to wield a sword. A hunter maintained tracking abilities. A child remembered how to slip through small spaces. This made them far more dangerous than mindless animated corpses, as they could employ tactics and use weapons. However, they possessed no true intelligence of their own, acting as extensions of the other's will rather than independent beings. Physically, whites could be recognized by several distinctive features. Their eyes glowed with an unnatural blue light, the same color as the eyes of the others themselves, marking them as thralls. Though they did not breathe, a mist would often emanate from their mouths. In cold air, they felt no pain and could continue fighting despite injuries that would incapacitate or kill a living person. Most disturbing were the whites of the recently deceased, who maintained an uncanny resemblance to their living selves, sometimes causing defenders to hesitate fatally when confronted with the risen forms of friends and family. Whites possessed superhuman durability and strength. They could continue functioning despite severed limbs or massive trauma to their bodies. Only complete destruction prevented them from attacking. Dismembered arms would still crawl and grasp. Severed heads would continue to bite. They were unnaturally strong, capable of ripping doors from hinges or breaking through stone walls given time. Their flesh was preternaturally cold, and their touch could cause frostbite almost instantly. The psychological impact of wights on defenders was perhaps their most effective weapon. Warriors who had steeled themselves to face the others found their resolve crumbling when confronted with the animated corpses of loved ones. Communities were forced to mutilate the bodies of their dead to prevent recognition if they rose again, a practice that inflicted deep spiritual trauma on peoples who had previously treated their deceased with elaborate respect. The true origin of the others, or the White Walkers, as they would come to be known, remains shrouded in mystery and contradiction. According to legends preserved by the Night's Watch, they emerged from the lands of Always Winter, a region so far north that no human had ever mapped it, a place of eternal ice, where even the children of the forest feared to venture. What motivated these beings remains one of history's greatest enigmas. Unlike human conquerors driven by greed, ambition, or ideology, the others seem to pursue a more existential goal: the extinction of all warm life, and the transformation of Westeros into a realm of permanent ice and darkness. Whether they acted from hatred, hunger, or some incomprehensible alien purpose, their single-minded determination to extinguish humanity made them the most terrifying enemy ever faced. Some tales claim the others were once human themselves, transformed by extreme cold and dark magic into creatures of living ice. In these versions, the first other was a 13th Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, who fell in love with a female other and sacrificed his soul to join her in immortality. However, this contradicts the chronology established by most Meisters, who placed the long night before the founding of the Night's Watch, suggesting this legend may conflate the original others with the later Night's King. The wildlings beyond the wall believed the others were the spirits of vengeful nature, punishing mankind for their expansion and destruction of the natural world. In their oral traditions, the first men's cutting of weirwood trees and hunting of the children awakened ancient ice spirits that had slumbered since the world's creation. This explanation aligns with the timing of the others' emergence after human settlement of Westeros, but fails to explain why they threatened the children as well as humans. The most fanciful stories suggest they were the offspring of a human woman and a cold god who dwelled beyond the edge of the world. These legends, popular in northern folklore, speak of the Night's King, not to be confused with the later Lord Commander, who took a woman with skin as white as the moon and eyes like blue stars as his bride. Their unnatural union produced the first others, beings neither human nor divine, but possessing characteristics of both. This account, while dismissed by Meisters as superstition, contains elements that recur in multiple independent sources. One disturbing account claims that the children of the forest themselves created the White Walkers as weapons against the first men during their ancient war, only to lose control of their terrible creations. According to this theory, the children performed forbidden rituals on captured humans, transforming them into ice-based creatures intended to drive humans from Westeros. This version is dismissed by most Meisters as a corruption of older stories, yet whispers of this tale persist among those who study the deepest mysteries, and certain ancient cave drawings in the north seem to depict such a ritual. Whatever their origins, the appearance of the others was terrifying beyond measure. Tall and gaunt, with flesh pale as milk and eyes like blue stars, they moved silently through the snowstorms on dead horses, wielding swords of crystallized ice that could shatter any blade that stood against them. These weapons made a sound like cracking ice when swung and left behind, no metal when they melted, only a temporary puddle of water that evaporated unnaturally quickly. Some accounts claim their armor shifted in color as they moved, reflecting their surroundings like camouflage, making them nearly invisible in snowy conditions. The others seemed to communicate with each other through a language unlike any spoken by humans or children. Those who claim to have heard it describe sounds like cracking ice or the shivering of frozen lakes. No human ever learned to speak or understand this language, though some legends tell of children of the forest who could comprehend it through their magical connection to nature. Their touch brought instant death, freezing the blood in human veins. And worse, those they slew rose again as whites, blue-eyed corpses bound to the walker's will. This ability to continuously replenish their forces made conventional warfare against them nearly impossible, as each defender who fell potentially became a new enemy. Only by burning the dead could this fate be prevented, a practice that violated sacred burial traditions, but became necessary for survival. Most terrible of all was their apparent intelligence. This was no mindless plague or natural disaster, but a calculated campaign of extermination waged by beings of alien consciousness and purpose. They employed sophisticated tactics, often attacking during snowstorms when visibility was poor, targeting food supplies to weaken resistance before direct assaults, and sending whites ahead as shock troops, while the others themselves directed the battle from a distance. They brought the deepest cold with them, their presence heralded by freezing mists and snowstorms that reduced visibility to nothing until they were upon their victims. The others displayed a cruel form of intelligence that suggested not merely predatory instinct, but deliberate malice. They sometimes arranged the dismembered remains of their victims in strange patterns, spirals, and other geometric forms that seemed to hold ritual significance. They were observed toying with human warriors rather than killing them immediately, testing their skills or perhaps deriving some alien satisfaction from human fear. Most disturbing were reports that they seemed to recognize and specifically target leaders, shamans, and pregnant women, suggesting a strategic understanding of human social structures. Despite their fearsome nature, the others were not invulnerable. They showed a strange aversion to running water, rarely crossing rivers, unless completely frozen. Sunlight appeared to weaken, though not destroy them, explaining their preference for attacking at night or during storms. Most importantly, two substances proved fatal to their ice-based physiology: dragging glass, obsidian, and a rare metal later generations would know as Valyrian steel, though at this time it was simply known as magical steel from the east. When struck with these materials, others did not bleed, but rather seemed to melt from within, their bodies dissolving into a puddle of extremely cold liquid that quickly evaporated, leaving no trace behind. As the White Walkers and their army of the dead pressed southward, the divided kingdoms of the First Men found themselves woefully unprepared. Bronze weapons shattered against the ice swords of the others. For every warrior who fell, the White Army gained another soldier. Entire villages disappeared overnight, their inhabitants joining the ranks of the dead. Fragmentary records suggest the initial human response was to flee southward, abandoning the northernmost settlements to the advancing cold, but there was only so far they could retreat before running out of land. Eventually, the remaining forces of humanity would have to make their stand. The children of the forest allied with the First Men against this common threat, recognizing that this was no mere human conflict, but an existential danger to all living things. The children taught the humans that the others could be killed by dragging glass, the frozen fire, obsidian, which caused them to melt away like ice under a hot sun. Later, it was discovered that Valyrian steel, though it would not be called such until millennia later, could also destroy these creatures, though such weapons were extraordinarily rare. The most complete account of this war comes from the Far East, from Yiti, whose own legends tell of a hero called Yin Ta, Nefarian, or Hakun the hero, clearly their version of the Westerosi Azor Ahai, who led the fight against the Lion of Night and his demons. This suggests the Long Night may have been a global phenomenon, not confined to Westeros alone, a winter that stretched around the entire world and threatened all of humanity with extinction. In the darkest hour of the Long Night, when it seemed that the others would overwhelm the realms of men entirely, legendary heroes arose to turn the tide. The most famous of these in Westerosi tradition was the last hero, who set out to find the children of the forest when all seemed lost. According to the tales told in the north, the last hero journeyed into the Deadlands with a sword, a horse, a dog, and a dozen companions. One by one, his friends died, then his horse, and finally his dog. His sword froze so hard, the blade snapped when he tried to use it. The others hunted him through the woods, but he finally reached the children, despite the efforts of the White Walkers to stop him. Desperate and alone, he convinced the children to fight alongside humanity once more. They taught him secrets of dragon glass and helped him forge a new weapon. With their combined knowledge, the tide of battle slowly began to turn. In Ashai and parts of Essos, they tell a parallel legend of Azor Ahai, a hero who forged a sword of living fire called Lightbringer. The creation of this weapon required a terrible sacrifice. Azor Ahai drove the blade through the living heart of his beloved wife, Nissa, tempering the steel with her soul. When he drew the blade from her breast, it burned with her essence, creating a sword of flame that no darkness could withstand. Whether the last hero and Azor Ahai were the same person, known by different names in different lands, or separate champions fighting the same enemy across different fronts, remains one of history's great mysteries. What seems clear is that humanity found leaders who united the fractured forces of the living against the army of the dead. The final confrontation between the forces of the living and the White Walkers has been lost to detailed history, preserved only in song and legend. The epic battle, or perhaps series of battles, became known as the Battle for the Dawn, fought in the farthest north during the coldest night of that generation-long winter. What sources survive suggest that the children of the forest unleashed the full power of their nature, magic, calling down lightning from cloudless skies and sending beasts of forest and plain against the army of the dead. The giants may have participated as well, their massive strength crushing whites by the dozens. The green seers among the children are said to have sacrificed themselves to channel magic of unprecedented power. The first men, for their part, had armed themselves with dragonglass daggers and obsidian-tipped spears. Their greatest warriors formed a shield wall around the last hero as he faced the leaders of the others in single combat. The fate of all living things hung in the balance as ice met fire in this final confrontation. In the end, through means now forgotten, the others were defeated and driven back to the lands of always winter. As they retreated, their power over winter itself seemed to break. The sun grew stronger in the sky, and for the first time in a generation, true warmth returned to the world. The thaw began, and the long night finally came an end. The victory over the White Walkers came at a terrible cost. Much of the north lay in ruins, its population decimated. Countless settlements had been wiped from existence, and entire bloodlines had been extinguished. The knowledge that the others might one day return haunted the survivors of this apocalyptic war, determined that humanity would never again face such a threat unprepared. Brandon the Builder, a legendary figure who may have been king of the north, or merely a gifted engineer, began construction of the most ambitious structure ever undertaken in Westeros, the Wall. Stretching for 300 miles from the Shivering Sea to the Bay of Ice, the wall stood 700 feet high, a massive barrier of ice and stone designed specifically to keep the White Walkers from ever reaching the realms of men again. Such a project would have been impossible through mundane means alone. Legend holds that Brandon enlisted the help of the children of the forest, who wove powerful spells into the wall's foundations, enchantments of ice and fire that would prevent the dead from crossing. Giants, too, were said to have helped raise the massive ice blocks, using mammoths to drag them into position. The first men provided the labor force, with thousands working for decades to complete this monumental structure. As the wall rose higher, Brandon the Builder established the Night's Watch, an order dedicated to maintaining and defending this barrier for all time. The Watch was unlike any military force before it, drawing men from all tribes and kingdoms, requiring them to forsake family ties and territorial loyalties to focus solely on their sacred duty, to be the shield that guards the realms of men. These first Black Brothers took no part in the squabbles of kings and chieftains, concerning themselves only with watching the lands beyond the wall for signs of the White Walkers' return. They established 19 castles along the wall, with their headquarters at Castle Black positioned near the center. The oath they swore then is remarkably similar to the one still taken thousands of years later. Night gathers, and now my watch begins. It shall not end until my death. I shall take no wife, hold no lands, father no children. I shall wear no crowns, and win no glory. I shall live and die at my post. I am the sword in the darkness. I am the watcher on the walls. I am the fire that burns against the cold, the light that brings the dawn, the horn that wakes the sleepers, the shield that guards the realms of men. I pledge my life and honor to the Night's Watch, for this night and all the nights to come. In those early days, the purpose of the watch was clear and urgent in everyone's mind. The Night's Watch was initially a position of great honor, with second and third sons of noble houses competing for the privilege of serving. The castles along the wall were marvels of engineering, comfortable and well provisioned, housing thousands of dedicated warriors. Not long after the war's completion, during the Age of Heroes, the Watch faced its greatest internal threat when its 13th Lord Commander, whose name has been deliberately struck from all records, fell in love with a woman with skin as white as the moon and eyes like blue stars. According to legend, he glimpsed her from atop the wall and was immediately entranced by her otherworldly beauty. Many believe this mysterious woman was a female White Walker or some other supernatural being from beyond the wall. The Lord Commander brought her back to the Night Fort, the largest of the wall's castles at that time, and took her as his bride. After their union, he declared himself the Night's King, with her as his Night's Queen, and they ruled the Night Fort for 13 dark years. During this reign, unspeakable atrocities were committed. The Night's King made sacrifices to the others, perhaps attempting to make peace with them, or to gain their powers. The Night Fort became a place of dread and forbidden sorcery, where the line between the living and the dead grew thin. Finally, the King of Winter, the Stark in Winterfell, and Joramon, the king beyond the wall, joined forces to defeat the Night's King. After a terrible battle, the rogue Lord Commander and his corpse queen were destroyed, and the Night's Watch was reformed with stricter vows and oversight. All records of the Night's King were purged, his very name forbidden to be spoken, as if to deny that such corruption could ever take root in an order dedicated to fighting the darkness. As the years passed, and the threat of the others faded into legend, many began to doubt that such creatures had ever existed at all. The Meisters, with their skepticism of magic and supernatural explanations, suggested that the White Walkers were merely a metaphor for the hardships of the long winter, or perhaps wildling raiders whose savagery was exaggerated in the telling. The Night's Watch gradually transformed from an elite force defending against supernatural threats to a border patrol mainly concerned with wildland incursions. Their numbers dwindled, and the majority of their castles fell into disrepair. The original purpose of the wall became obscured by time, remembered only in children's stories and old wives' tales. Yet certain traditions persisted that hinted at the true history. In the north, the Stark Lords continued to say that there must always be a Stark in Winterfell, as if their presence was essential to some ancient magic. The wildlings beyond the wall never forgot the true enemy, maintaining their vigilance against the cold gods even as they raided south, and in Ashe and other eastern lands. Red priests kept alive the prophecy that Azor Ahai would be reborn when darkness gathered again. The wall itself stood as the most tangible reminder, far larger and more formidable than would be needed merely to repel human raiders. And in its ice, ancient spells remained dormant, waiting for the day when they might be needed once more. For the people of Westeros, the long night became the measuring stick for hardship. When faced with difficult winters or prolonged darkness, the reminder that at least it's not the long night offered cold comfort. The saying, "Fear is for the long night," when the sun hides for years and children are born and live and die, all in darkness, echoed through the centuries, a memory of horror passed down through countless generations. As you drift towards sleep, picture the wall in those early days, gleaming with new ice, fully manned with thousands of black brothers, all vigilant against a threat they had seen with their own eyes. The long night had ended, but the watch for its return had just begun, a vigil that would continue uninterrupted for thousands of years, until the very memory of its purpose had faded into myth and legend.
In our next chapter, we shall explore the Age of Heroes, the time of legendary figures and foundational myths that shaped the kingdoms that would one day become the 7 kingdoms of Westeros.
Chapter 5: The Age of Heroes. In the dawn that followed the long night, as humanity rebuilt from the devastation of generation-long winter, a remarkable era began, a time of legendary figures whose deeds would echo through the millennia. This was the Age of Heroes, when the foundations of the great houses were laid and the seeds of the 7 kingdoms were planted in the soil of Westeros. The darkness had receded, but it left behind a world transformed. Entire communities had vanished. Bloodlines had been extinguished, and the survivors emerged with a new understanding of both their vulnerability and their resilience. From this crucible of shared suffering arose leaders of extraordinary ability, men and women whose names would become synonymous with the virtues they embodied, whose deeds would blur the line between history and myth, and whose legacies would shape the continent for thousands of years to come. To understand Westeros as it exists today, one must understand these heroes of old, for their shadows still fall across the land. Their blood flows in the veins of the great houses. Their wisdom forms the bedrock of Westerosi law and custom, and their failures serve as cautionary tales, even in an age of dragons and iron thrones. These were the founders, the first kings, the realm makers, the heroes whose age bears their name. The Age of Heroes began approximately 8,000 years before Aegon's conquest, in the aftermath of the War for the Dawn. As the wall rose in the north and the Night's Watch took its first vows, the rest of Westeros entered a period of immense cultural flowering and political organization. The first men, having faced extinction during the long night, emerged with a deeper connection to the land they inhabited. Their adoption of the old gods was now complete, with wee wood groves sacred to every community. The pact with the children of the forest was renewed and strengthened as both peoples recognized their mutual dependence in the face of greater threats. This period of recovery was not immediate, but rather a gradual renaissance. The first century after the Long Night was marked by scarcity, as depleted soils slowly regained fertility and decimated animal populations recovered. Communities that had been isolated during the darkness re-established contact, sometimes finding that they were the only survivors in vast territories. This led to mass migrations, as people sought to consolidate, forming larger settlements for mutual protection and support. From these consolidated communities emerged the first true kingdoms, unlike the tribal chieftains who had ruled before the Long Night. These new kings claimed authority over defined territories with clear borders. They established dynastic succession, created rudimentary systems of taxation, and began constructing more permanent seats of power, the precursors to the great castles of later eras. The abundance that followed the initial period of recovery fueled rapid population growth. With memories of starvation still fresh, communities placed enormous emphasis on food production and storage. Agricultural innovation spread quickly, and trade networks expanded, allowing specialization of labor and the emergence of a more complex society. Wealth accumulated in unprecedented amounts, enabling the construction of monumental structures and the patronage of artistic and intellectual endeavors. This age lasted for thousands of years, so long that fact and fiction inevitably blurred together, with historical figures becoming mythologized in songs and stories. What we know of this era comes primarily from legends passed down through oral tradition, before eventually being recorded by the Meisters millennia later. As such, dates are uncertain, and many scholars debate whether the Age of Heroes truly lasted 4,000 years as tradition claims, or perhaps half that time. The length of individual lives during this period is similarly disputed. Legends claim that heroes of this age routinely lived for centuries. Brandon the Builder supposedly lived for 256 years, while Garth Greenhand is said to have still been fathering children at the age of 1,000. Most masters dismiss these as obvious exaggerations, but acknowledge that lifespans may have been somewhat longer during this era, perhaps due to lingering magical influences after the Long Night, or simply healthier living conditions in a less crowded world. What remains undisputed is that during this era, the major houses that would one day rule the Seven Kingdoms traced their lineage to legendary founders. Heroes of seemingly superhuman ability walked the land, performing feats that blurred the line between the possible. These were the days when magic still thrummed strongly through the world, when giants still roamed the north, and when the children of the forest could still occasionally be glimpsed in the deepest woods. Time in the Age of Heroes flowed differently in the cultural memory of Westeros. Events separated by centuries might be compressed into a single narrative, or a single hero might accumulate the deeds of several generations, bearing the same name. The lack of written records meant that oral traditions evolved with each retelling, growing both less accurate and more meaningful, as they transformed into cultural touchstones that expressed deeper truths about the values and aspirations of the people who preserved them. No figure looms larger in the legends of the Age of Heroes than Brandon Stark, known to history as Bran the Builder. Already credited with raising the wall after the Long Night, Brandon's architectural and organizational genius became the stuff of legend. Tales of Bran the Builder appear in cultures throughout Westeros, suggesting his influence extended far beyond the north. His name is associated with virtually every significant construction from this era, leading some Meisters to suggest that Bran the Builder might have been a title held by different individuals, or perhaps a composite figure combining the achievements of multiple early Stark kings. After completing the wall, Bran the Builder turned his attention to establishing a permanent seat for his family. In the heart of the north, he razed Winterfell, a fortress built atop natural hot springs that pumped warm water through its walls, making it habitable even during the harshest winters. The construction techniques employed were remarkable for their time, creating structures so sound that parts of the original Winterfell still stand thousands of years later. Legend claims that he enlisted giants to help lift the massive stones, and that the children of the forest wove protective spells into its foundations, similar to those embedded in the wall. These magical wardings supposedly protected the castle from supernatural threats, and ensured that there must always be a Stark in Winterfell, a saying that persisted into modern times. Whether true or not, archaeological evidence confirms that Winterfell is built upon a site of unusual geothermal activity, with hot springs that never cool regardless of the surface temperature. The original Winterfell was more modest than the sprawling fortress it would later become, consisting primarily of a central keep, granary, armory, and stables surrounded by a simple wall. Each generation of Starks would add to this foundation, expanding outward to create the concentric design visible today. Most significant was the addition of the Godswood, which contains a heart tree, said to have been planted by Bran himself, using seeds or a cutting from the Isle of Faces. Bran established House Stark as the Kings of Winter, ruling from Winterfell over a kingdom that stretched from the Wall to the Neck. Under his leadership, the North developed a distinctive cultural and political identity that would resist outside influence for thousands of years. He established a code of laws based on simple but strict principles of honor and justice, many elements of which were still practiced in the North during the time of Eddard Stark. The Starks quickly developed a reputation for harsh but fair justice, unbending integrity, and stoic endurance, qualities that would define the North itself for thousands of years to come. Their house words, "Winter is coming," reflected not only the harsh climate of their homeland, but also their philosophical outlook, a constant awareness of hardship's inevitability and the necessity of preparation. This practical wisdom helped the Starks maintain the longest continuous dynasty in Westeros, ruling as kings in the North for nearly 8,000 years, until Torrhen Stark bent the knee to Aegon the Conqueror. Under Bran's guidance, the Night's Watch was formally organized with the Starks as their chief supporters. While he did not create the Watch, that honor belongs to the last hero and his companions during the Long Night. Bran institutionalized what had been an emergency response into a permanent defensive force. He established the tradition that the Starks would always assist the Watch with men and materials, creating a vital alliance that would endure through centuries. The giving of condemned criminals to the Watch as an alternative to execution began during his reign, providing a steady supply of recruits while offering redemption to those who might otherwise be lost to society. Brandon's skill as a diplomat was as legendary as his architectural prowess. He negotiated alliances with mountain clans, former rivals, and even the giants, creating a network of mutual support that would help the North weather future challenges. His approach to governance emphasized personal relationships over bureaucracy, with the Stark king personally visiting his bannermen and settling disputes face to face rather than through intermediaries. Some legends attribute even more achievements to this remarkable figure. Some say he helped build the ancient fortress of Storm's End in the south, assisting Durin Godsgrief in creating a structure that could withstand the fury of the gods themselves. Others claim he sailed across the Sunset Sea and discovered unknown lands, bringing back knowledge and treasures that enriched the North. Still others suggest he advised the first Hightowers on the construction of their great lighthouse in Old Town, or that he helped design the early fortifications of Casterly Rock. Whatever the truth of these additional legends, the historical impact of Bran the Builder and the dynasty he established is beyond dispute. The Stark bloodline would rule the North longer than any other family controlled any kingdom in Westeros, maintaining remarkable stability and cultural continuity through thousands of years of challenges. The institutions he created, particularly the Night's Watch and the legal traditions of the North, would shape Westerosi society long after his name had passed into legend. To this day, young boys in the North dream of emulating Bran the Builder, and his name is invoked whenever a particularly impressive structure is raised. His legacy stands in stone and ice across the continent, but perhaps his greatest monument is House Stark itself, a family whose dedication to honor, justice, and duty would become as fundamental to the North as the very bedrock beneath Winterfell's ancient walls. While Brandon Stark was establishing the Kingdom of Winter in the North, another legendary figure was laying the foundation for what would become one of the wealthiest houses in Westeros. Lan the Clever, as his name suggests, was renowned not for physical strength or martial prowess, but for his cunning and wit. Unlike many heroes of the age whose features were typical of the First Men, dark-haired, long-faced, stocky in build, Lan was described as slender and golden-haired, with a smile that could disarm enemies and charm maidens equally well. His unusual appearance contributed to legends about his origins. Some claimed he was descended from Garth Greenhand, while others whispered that he had the blood of the lions that allegedly once inhabited the caves of Casterly Rock. The most outlandish stories suggested he might have been the offspring of the sun itself, sent to bring light and wealth to the Westerlands. According to legend, Laon, a golden-haired trickster of uncertain origin, managed to swindle the noble House Casterly out of their ancestral seat, Casterly Rock. Some tales claim he found a secret entrance into the rock and crept in at night to whisper threats or make ghostly noises until he drove the Casterlys mad. Others say he disguised himself as a servant to gain entry, then released lions into their halls. Still others suggest he seduced the daughters of Lord Casterly, got them with child, and eventually claimed the rock through these bloodlines. The most detailed version of the legend describes how Lan discovered a hidden tunnel that led into Casterly Rock, allegedly created by children of the forest, or perhaps by the Deep Ones in ages past. Using this secret passage, he would sneak into the castle at night and move objects, steal small trinkets, and whisper in the ears of sleeping residents. Over months, he convinced the Casterlys that their home was haunted by malevolent spirits. When Lord Casterly consulted a woods witch about the haunting, Lan disguised himself as her assistant and advised that the only solution was to abandon the rock for a fortnight while cleansing rituals were performed. Once the Casterlys departed, Lan barred the gates against their return and declared himself the new lord. These colorful tales likely obscure a more complex historical reality. Archaeological evidence suggests that the transition from Casterly to Lannister rule occurred over several generations, rather than through a single act of trickery. Marriage alliances, economic pressure, and possibly military action probably played roles in the gradual ascendance of House Lannister. The legendary figure of Lan may represent a composite of several shrewd early Lannister patriarchs, whose individual deeds merged into a single mythological narrative. Whatever the means, Lan established his own house, House Lannister, in what was arguably the most naturally defensible fortress in Westeros. Casterly Rock was not just a military stronghold, but a mountain of wealth, as beneath it lay the richest gold mines in Westeros. This combination of natural protection and vast resources would make the Lannisters one of the most powerful families in the Seven Kingdoms, with their unofficial motto, "A Lannister always pays his debts," becoming as well known as their official words, "Hear me roar." The gold mines that became synonymous with Lannister wealth were allegedly discovered by Lan himself. Legend claims he followed a lion into a cave and discovered veins of gold glittering in the torchlight. More likely, the mines predated Lan's era and were already being worked by the Casterlys, with the Lannisters simply taking control of an existing operation. However, the Lannisters did expand mining operations dramatically, employing more sophisticated techniques and delving deeper into the rock than their predecessors had dared. Unlike the Starks, who ruled through direct authority and personal example, Lan established a pattern of governance through manipulation and economic control that would characterize House Lannister. For millennia, he allegedly preferred to buy enemies rather than fight them, to find compromising information rather than openly confront rivals, and to create intricate webs of debt and obligation that gave him power without overt shows of force. These strategies would become hallmarks of Lannister rule, with future generations of the family showing similar talent for financial and political maneuvering. Lan himself was said to have lived for 300 years and sired 100 sons and 100 daughters, ensuring his bloodline would continue. While this is clearly an exaggeration, the remarkable golden hair of the Lannisters, passed down through countless generations, suggests there may be some truth to the tales of Lan's unusual appearance. Some maesters speculate he may have had Valyrian blood, though this seems unlikely, given that the Valyrian freehold had not yet risen to prominence during the early Age of Heroes. More plausible theories suggest that the Lannisters might descend from an unknown people who migrated to Westeros before either the First Men or the Andals. The prevalence of blonde hair and green eyes among them differs markedly from the typical First Men characteristics, suggesting a different genetic heritage. If true, this would explain why Lan was portrayed as an outsider in the legends. He may literally have belonged to a different ethnic group than the dominant population of the Westerlands at that time. Whatever his origins, Lan established a dynastic tradition that emphasized family solidarity above all else. The rock endures, and so do we, became a common saying among Lannisters, reflecting their identification with their impregnable fortress home and their determination to preserve their bloodline regardless of external threats. This family-first philosophy would persist throughout their history, with Lannisters consistently closing ranks against outside threats, even when internal tensions divided them. So Lan's legacy includes not just the physical holdings of House Lannister, but a distinctive approach to power that blends wealth, intrigue, and careful alliance building. Future generations would refine his methods, but rarely deviate from the fundamental strategies attributed to their legendary ancestor, the Lannister lion, adopted as their sigil in honor of the beasts, said to have once roamed their halls, became a symbol of both wealth and cunning throughout the Seven Kingdoms, a fitting tribute to the trickster who supposedly founded their line. On the eastern coast of Westeros, where the narrow sea crashes against rocky cliffs, another legendary figure defied the very gods themselves to establish his kingdom. Duran, who would come to be known as God's Grief, fell in love with Olenna, said to be the daughter of the sea god and the goddess of the wind. Against her parents' wishes, Olenna gave up her immortality to marry Duran. The legend of Duran and Olenna represents one of the most romantic tales from the Age of Heroes, though also one of the most tragic. Olenna's love for Duran was so profound that she willingly surrendered her divine nature to live a mortal life at his side. In doing so, she defied her divine parents and violated the separation between the mortal and immortal realms. Their wedding night, according to the songs, was blessed with perfect weather and supernatural beauty. Stars shone with unusual brightness, the seas were calm despite the season, and flowers bloomed out of season to carpet their path. This supernatural tranquility was merely the calm before the storm. Enraged at this union, the gods sent terrible storms to destroy Duran's keep on his wedding night, killing all his wedding guests and family. The divine fury was aimed not only at punishing Duran for stealing their daughter, but also at returning Olenna to her rightful place in the immortal realm. However, protected by Olenna's love, Duran survived where all others perished. leading to the belief that her divine nature, though diminished, still afforded some protection to her mortal husband. Undeterred, Durin declared war on the gods themselves. The audacity of this declaration made him both a figure of admiration and cautionary tale throughout the Stormlands. Some saw him as the epitome of human defiance against cosmic unfairness, while others viewed him as an example of hubris and the dangers of challenging powers beyond mortal understanding. Both perspectives coexisted in the evolving legend of Durin God's Grief, the grief of the gods, a title that acknowledged both the divine sorrow at losing Elena and the irritation he caused them through his persistent defiance. He built a new, stronger keep, only to see it smashed by storms once more. 6 times he built increasingly formidable fortresses, and 6 times the winds and waters destroyed his work. Each attempt incorporated lessons learned from previous failures: higher walls, deeper foundations, more aerodynamic designs, yet still they fell before the divine wrath. Durin's persistence became legendary throughout the Stormlands, inspiring songs that are still sung by bards along the eastern coast. Finally, for his 7th attempt, legend claims that a young boy, who would later become known as Bran the Builder, offered his assistance. The collaboration between these two legendary figures, one known for wisdom and engineering, the other for defiance and determination, produced a fortress unlike any seen before in Westeros. Together they raised Storm's End, with walls so thick and foundations so deep that neither wind nor water could move them. Some tales suggest magic was woven into the very stones, ancient spells of the children of the forest that bound the stones together and turned aside the storm god's wrath. The rounded design of Storm's End's outer walls, with no corners for the wind to catch against, suggests sophisticated understanding of airflow patterns that would have been unusual for the era. The seamless construction of these walls, with stones fitted so precisely that wind cannot penetrate between them, represents a level of craftsmanship that would be difficult to replicate even in later ages. Storm's End would stand for thousands of years, weathering the most terrible tempests the narrow sea could summon. Its seamless walls, perfectly curved to deflect wind, represented one of the greatest engineering achievements of the Age of Heroes. More than just a fortress, it became a symbol of human defiance against overwhelming natural forces, embodying the stubborn resilience that characterized the Stormland people throughout their history. Durin lived out his mortal life with Elena at Storm's End, allegedly fathering many children who carried his stubborn nature, if not his divine wife's supernatural origins. When both eventually died, for Elena had truly become mortal, the gods' rage finally subsided. Though the Stormlands retained their notoriously violent weather patterns, some believe this represents a lasting divine grudge against the region, while others suggest it simply marks the gods' sorrow at their daughter's final irreversible death. Durin established himself as the first Storm King, founding a line that would rule the Stormlands for thousands of years. His descendants continued his tradition of strength and defiance, regularly battling Dornish kings to the south, river kings to the north, and occasionally venturing across the narrow sea for conquest or trade. They controlled lands from the Dornish Marches to the southern Crownlands, though the exact borders fluctuated throughout the centuries depending on the martial prowess of each Storm King. The cultural impact of Durin's legend shaped Stormland society profoundly. His defiance of divine will created a regional identity, characterized by self-reliance and skepticism toward religious authority. Stormlanders developed a pragmatic, sometimes fatalistic worldview, expecting hardship but facing it with the same stubborn determination their legendary founder had shown. Weather the Storm became not just a saying, but a fundamental life philosophy throughout the region. While the later House Baratheon technically descended from Orys Baratheon, a rumored half-brother of Aegon the Conqueror, They claimed legitimacy partly through Oris's marriage to the last Storm King's daughter, thus connecting themselves to Durin's ancient lineage. They adopted the Storm King's sigil, a crowned stag, and their ancestral seat at Storm's End, consciously positioning themselves as the heirs to Durin's legacy, even though they came to power through conquest rather than inheritance. This calculated political maneuver proved effective, as the people of the Stormlands transferred their loyalty to House Baratheon more readily than many conquered peoples did to their new Targaryen-imposed rulers. By maintaining connections to Durin God's grief in their symbols, words, and cultural practices, the Baratheons successfully portrayed themselves not as usurpers, but as the rightful inheritors of the ancient Storm King tradition, a claim that would help legitimize their rule for 3 centuries, until Robert Baratheon's rebellion against the Targaryens brought them to the Iron Throne itself. In the fertile heartland of Westeros, legends speak of a figure even more ancient than the others, Garth Greenhand, a king or god who may have lived during the Dawn Age before the coming of the First Men. Descriptions of Garth vary widely in different tales. Some portray him as the first man to teach the first men how to farm the land, while others describe him as a god who made the land fertile wherever he walked. Garth Greenhand represents the most mythologized of all the legendary heroes, with tales that blur the line between history and pure fantasy. While figures like Bran the Builder have clear historical analogues in the construction of actual structures, Garth exists more as a cultural archetype, embodying the fertility and abundance of the Reach. The diverse and sometimes contradictory legends about him likely incorporate elements from multiple historical individuals, as well as pre-human fertility deities worshipped by the Children of the Forest. The most consistent physical description depicts Garth as extraordinarily tall and strong, with green hands, either literally green-tinged skin or stained from working with plants, flowing hair that resembled leaves or vines, and eyes that changed color with the seasons. In some tales, he could change his height at will, appearing as tall as the trees when demonstrating his authority, or compact as a regular man when walking among humans. Whether these descriptions represent metaphorical embellishments or hints at a non-human nature remains debated among scholars of myth. Garth was said to wear a crown of flowers and vines that changed with the seasons. His very touch could make barren women fertile and crops grow twice as high. In some tales, he could transform himself into different animals or call down rain during droughts. These magical qualities suggest his legends may have originated with the Children of the Forest. Before being adopted by the First Men, the common thread in all stories is his connection to fertility and growth, not just of plants, but of people, animals, and the entire ecosystem. The agricultural impact attributed to Garth cannot be overstated. He allegedly taught humans how to plant and harvest crops, introduced new fruits and vegetables to Westeros, demonstrated irrigation techniques, explained crop rotation, and showed how to prune fruit trees for better yields. These innovations transformed the hunter-gatherer lifestyle of early First Men into a settled agricultural society, capable of supporting larger populations and more complex social structures. Beyond agriculture, legends credit Garth with establishing fundamental social customs in the Reach. He supposedly created the first laws governing land ownership and water rights, established market days and harvest festivals that still exist in some form, and introduced marriage ceremonies to formalize reproductive relationships. Some tales even claim he established the tradition of knighthood thousands of years before the Andals brought similar practices to Westeros, an obvious anachronism, but one that reflects the Reach's later enthusiasm for chivalric traditions. Garth's reproductive prowess features prominently in the legends, often with comic exaggeration. He allegedly fathered children with every maiden in every village he visited, sowing his seed as liberally as the crops he promoted. These children invariably grew up to be strong, beautiful, and excellent farmers, spreading his bloodline and agricultural knowledge throughout the region. While clearly metaphorical, these stories establish the cultural expectation in the Reach that numerous, healthy children represented the highest blessing and most important measure of success. Countless houses in the Reach claim descent from Garth Greenhand, most notably House Gardner, who ruled as kings of the Reach from their seat at Highgarden until the Targaryen conquest. The Gardners most explicitly embraced this legendary heritage, styling themselves as the direct male line descendants of Garth. Their sigil, a green hand on a white field, directly referenced their supposed ancestor, and their kings traditionally wore crowns of vines and flowers in his honor. House Florent, House Rowan, House Urquhart, and many others trace their lineage to sons of Garth, whether legendary figures like Gilbert of the Vines, Harlan the Hunter, and Bors the Breaker, or to Garth himself. Each of these houses maintained distinct traditions, allegedly inherited from whichever son of Garth founded their line. The Urquhart's connection to the forest, the Florent's reputation for cunning, the Rowan's martial tradition, and so forth. These genealogical claims served important political purposes, as descent from Garth conferred significant prestige in Reach society. When disputes arose between houses, those with more direct claims to Garth's bloodline often claimed precedence, creating a complex hierarchical system based on mythological kinship. The Gardners, as the supposed mainline descendants, stood at the apex of this genealogical pyramid, using it to maintain their authority over the notoriously fractious houses of the Reach. Highgarden itself, the seat of House Gardner and later House Tyrell, was supposedly built on the site where Garth first taught men to farm. The location certainly made agricultural sense, situated at the confluence of the Mander and Honeywine rivers, with fertile soil and excellent climate for farming. The castle's famous gardens with legendary roses and fruit trees, producing the sweetest harvests in Westeros, were said to be direct descendants of plantings made by Garth's own green hands. After the Gardner line was extinguished during the Field of Fire, the Tyrells, who had served as stewards to the Gardners, were elevated to Lords of Highgarden. While the Tyrells themselves claimed distant descent from Garth Greenhand, their primary claim to legitimacy came through the female line and their long service to House Gardner. This relatively weak genealogical claim compared to other houses of the Reach created a persistent legitimacy challenge for House Tyrell, who compensated through political savvy, careful alliance building, and extraordinary wealth derived from the region's agricultural abundance. The enduring cultural influence of Garth Greenhand shaped Reach society in profound ways that persisted into the modern era. The region's emphasis on courtly manners, aesthetic beauty, and abundant feasting, all connected to the legendary generosity and sensuality of Garth. The tournament tradition, particularly strong in the Reach, reflected Garth's alleged love of games and competition. Even the Reach's approach to warfare, favoring splendid appearance and chivalric ideals over the grim pragmatism of the North, owed something to legends of Garth's magnificent appearance and concern with proper forms of conduct. Whether Garth Greenhand existed as a historical figure, represented a composite of multiple agricultural innovators, or was entirely mythological, his impact on the cultural identity of the Reach cannot be overstated. In a region defined by its agricultural abundance, the patron deity of fertility naturally assumed central importance in cultural memory, transforming over millennia from a potential historical figure into the mythological embodiment of the Reach itself, verdant, generous, and ever fruitful. After thousands of years, the Age of Heroes gradually drew to a close, The exact end is impossible to pinpoint, but most masters agree that the coming of the Andals marked the beginning of a new era. The transition was not abrupt, but rather a gradual shifting of the cultural and political landscape as new influences arrived from across the narrow sea. As this legendary age waned, the magical elements that had characterized its zenith grew increasingly rare. The children of the forest had retreated deeper into the wilderness, becoming increasingly rare sights for humans. Direct contact between them and all but the most isolated human communities ceased entirely, though their influence remained through the worship of the old gods and certain magical practices they had taught to trusted human allies. By the late Age of Heroes, many people in the southern kingdoms lived their entire lives without encountering a child of the forest, leading some to question whether they had ever existed at all. Giants were found only in the furthest north, their numbers dwindling as they retreated before human expansion. The few remaining giant clans moved beyond the wall, finding refuge in the Frostfangs and other remote mountain ranges. Their mammoth herds grew smaller with each generation as suitable grazing lands diminished. Contact with humans became increasingly hostile as mutual understanding faded, with giants coming to view humans as inherently untrustworthy invaders rather than potential allies or trading partners. Magic, while still present in the world, had begun its long, slow decline. The spectacular feats attributed to early heroes, raising mountains, commanding storms, or speaking with animals, gave way to subtler forms of supernatural power. Green seers became increasingly rare among both the children and humans with the blood of the first men. Skin changers, once relatively common in the north, appeared only once in several generations. Dreams with prophetic elements still occurred, but became more cryptic and difficult to interpret correctly. This diminishment of magical forces corresponded with the rise of more conventional forms of power. Military might, economic wealth, and political alliance began to supersede supernatural abilities. As the foundations of authority, dynasties established themselves through force of arms and careful diplomacy rather than magical bloodlines. The practical skills of governance, law-giving, tax collection, infrastructure development became more important than connections to ancient powers. The great heroes of legend gave way to more mundane rulers, still mighty kings and lords, but men whose deeds could be measured in conventional terms, rather than the superhuman feats attributed to their ancestors. Chronicles from the late Age of Heroes show increasing concern with realistic details like harvest yields, border disputes, and trade agreements rather than battles against monsters or marriages to divine beings. This shift toward pragmatic concerns anticipates the more thoroughly documented historical periods that would follow. The oral traditions that had preserved the tales of Brandon the Builder, Lan the Clever, and Durin God's Grief began to be written down, first in runes carved on stone, and later in books produced by the earliest Meisters. This transition from oral to written history had profound implications for how stories were preserved and interpreted. The fluid, adaptable nature of oral storytelling gave way to fixed texts that could be studied and analyzed across generations. This encouraged a more critical approach to legendary material, with early scholars attempting to separate historical fact from mythological embellishment, a process that continues among Meisters to the present day. Religious practices evolved as well during the late Age of Heroes. The direct communion with nature that had characterized early worship of the old gods gradually formalized into more structured observances. Specific prayers for different occasions replaced the spontaneous personal communication with the gods that had prevailed in earlier times. The role of human intermediaries, woods witches, gods' wives, and eventually septons after the Andal arrival, grew in importance as direct divine intervention became less common. Culturally, the late Age of Heroes saw increasing regional differentiation as the isolated kingdoms developed distinctive traditions and identities. The North maintained the closest connections to First Men customs and the old gods, with a culture emphasizing endurance, straightforward speech, and communal survival. The Westerlands developed elaborate social hierarchies based on wealth and bloodlines, with complex etiquette governing interactions between different classes. The Reach cultivated refinement in arts, agriculture, and courtly behavior. The Iron Islands embraced their harsh environment through the development of raving culture and worship of the drowned god. These regional cultures would persist in recognizable forms into the modern era, despite the homogenizing influences of Andal and later Targaryen rule. Technologically, the late Age of Heroes saw significant advancements that set the stage for the transformations the Andals would bring. Bronzeworking reached its highest development, with specialized alloys created for different purposes and increasingly sophisticated casting techniques. Some evidence suggests that rudimentary ironworking may have developed independently in parts of Westeros before the Andal invasion, though this remains controversial among maesters. Shipbuilding, architecture, textile production, and agricultural methods all advanced considerably during this period, creating the economic foundations for the more complex society that would emerge in the following age. The political landscape at the end of the Age of Heroes had solidified into recognizable kingdoms that would persist, with some boundary changes, until Aegon's conquest. Thousands of years later, the Stark kings of Winter ruled the north from Winterfell. The Lannisters controlled the Westerlands from Casterly Rock. The Gardeners presided over the Reach from Highgarden. The Durrandons held the Stormlands from Storm's End. The Riverlands remained contested between various powers, never achieving stable unification. The Vale, under the mounting kings of House Royce and other First Men dynasties, maintained its isolation behind the mountains of the Moon. Dorne remained a patchwork of petty kingdoms, while the Iron Islands alternated between unity and internal conflict, under various kings claiming descent from the Grey King. Yet even as the Age of Heroes faded into history, its impact on Westeros remained profound and enduring. The noble houses established during this era would continue to rule for thousands of years. The castles built by legendary founders would stand firm against countless sieges and storms. The traditions, laws, and social structures established during the Age of Heroes would form the foundation of Westerosi society well into the time of Aegon's conquest and beyond. Perhaps most importantly, the stories of these ancient heroes would continue to inspire and guide Westerosi culture, providing models of virtue, cautionary tales of hubris, and shared cultural touchstones that united an otherwise divided continent. As you drift toward slumber, imagine yourself sitting in a great hall at Winterfell or Storm's End, a hall whose foundations were laid during this legendary age. Think of the countless generations who have passed through these ancient stones, from the mythic founders to the lords and ladies of later ages. These enduring structures stand as testaments to an era when heroes walked the earth and magic flowed more freely through the veins of the world. In our next chapter, we shall explore how this world of the First Men was forever changed by the coming of a new people from across the narrow sea. The Andals, with their iron weapons, their seven-pointed star, and their determination to claim Westeros as their own. Chapter 6. The Andal Invasion. As the Age of Heroes gradually drew to a close, The world of the first men was about to undergo a transformation, as profound as any since their own arrival. Thousands of years earlier, from across the narrow sea came a new people, the Andals, bringing with them iron weapons, a new religion, and a determination to claim Westeros as their own. This migration, conquest, and cultural fusion would reshape the continent and establish the foundations for the seven kingdoms that would endure until Aegon's conquest. Thousands of years later, origins of the Andals. The Andals originated in the hills of Andalos, a region on the western coast of Essos, across the narrow sea from the Vale of Arryn. They were a tall, fair-haired people, skilled warriors and farmers, who had developed a more advanced civilization than the first men had achieved when they first crossed into Westeros. Archaeological evidence from ancient Andalos reveals a sophisticated culture with distinctive art styles, featuring intricate knotwork patterns and stylized seven-pointed stars. Their pottery was wheel-thrown rather than hand-formed, indicating more advanced craft techniques. Their metalwork showed a masterful understanding of both bronze and iron, with complex alloys creating weapons of superior quality to those of their neighbors. Their agricultural innovations included crop rotation, irrigation systems, and selective breeding of livestock for specific traits. Unlike the tribal structures of the early First Men, Andal society was already organized into a proto-feudal system before their migration to Westeros. Noble houses controlled defined territories, with complex webs of obligation binding lesser houses to greater ones. A warrior elite, the predecessors of knights, formed the military backbone of their society, while a developing merchant class facilitated trade between regions. This more stratified social organization would later be transplanted to Westeros, forming the basis for the continent's medieval social structure. Unlike the First Men, who worshipped nameless nature deities, the Andals followed the faith of the Seven, a religion centered around seven aspects of a single god. Their seven-pointed star symbol represented these aspects: the father, justice; the mother, nurturing; the warrior, courage; the maiden, innocence; the smith, craftsmanship; the crone, wisdom; and the stranger, death and the unknown. This religion was already formally organized before the migration, with a developing clerical hierarchy of septons and septies, who interpreted religious texts, performed rituals, and provided spiritual guidance to the community. The faith of the Seven emphasized aspects of divinity that reflected and reinforced Andal social values. The father's justice legitimized legal codes and hierarchical authority. The mother's nurturing aspect sanctified family structures and traditional gender roles. The warrior blessed martial prowess, central to Andal expansion. The smith hallowed craftsmanship and technological innovation, particularly metalworking. The maiden idealized female virtue as defined by Andal patriarchal standards. The crone validated the wisdom of elders and traditions. The stranger acknowledged death's inevitability while providing comforting rituals for the bereaved. Together, these divine aspects created a comprehensive worldview that would profoundly reshape Westerosi culture. Several factors drove the Andals to leave their homeland. Religious persecution may have played a role, as the expanding Valyrian freehold threatened their autonomy and religious practices. The Valyrians, with their dragons and sorcery, represented not just a military threat, but a fundamental challenge to the Andals' religious beliefs. As Valyrian influence spread westward through conquest and colonization, the Andals faced increasing pressure to adopt foreign gods and customs or face subjugation. Population pressure in the hills of Andalos likely contributed as well, with available farmland becoming scarce as Andal families grew larger. Climate records suggest a series of poor harvests coincided with the early phases of Andal migration, possibly due to prolonged drought conditions in western Essos. This agricultural crisis would have exacerbated existing tensions and motivated the search for new territories. Political fragmentation within Andal society created additional push factors. Historical records mention increasing conflicts between Andal lords competing for limited resources, with some defeated factions choosing exile over submission to rivals. These internal divisions weakened collective resistance to external threats, while creating bands of warriors already primed for migration and conquest. Most significantly, the Andals possessed a divine mandate. Their god had supposedly appeared to Hok of the Hill, the first Andal king, in the form of the Seven, marking 7 stars in the sky and promising him and his descendants a new kingdom to the west. This religious prophecy gave sacred legitimacy to their westward expansion, transforming a practical migration into a holy mission. According to their traditions, the father placed a crown upon Hoko's head, the mother blessed him with 44 sons, the warrior gave him strength, the smith forged his sword, the maid brought his wife to him. The crone lifted her lamp to light his way, and the stranger promised that Hoko would only die when he had found the new land promised to his people. The timing of this prophecy, coinciding with increasing external pressures from Valyria, suggests it may have originated as a religious justification for a migration that practical considerations had already made necessary. Whatever its origins, this divine mandate became central to Andal identity and their approach to conquest, imbuing their invasion with religious fervor that strengthened their resolve and justified their actions against the godless inhabitants of Westeros. Armed with this prophecy, advanced iron weapons, and religious fervor, the Andals set their sights on Westeros. Unlike the first men who had crossed by land over the Arm of Dawn, the Andals built ships to carry them across the narrow sea, a testament to their more advanced technology and maritime skills. These vessels, while primitive compared to later ships, represented significant naval engineering for their time. Constructed from oak and pine with single square sails, they could transport dozens of warriors along with their horses, weapons and essential supplies. The development of this maritime capability was crucial, as the Arm of Dawn had been shattered centuries earlier, leaving no land route to Westeros. The first landings. The Andal invasion was not a single coordinated military campaign, but rather a series of migrations occurring over hundreds of years, beginning approximately 6,000 years before Aegon's conquest. The first Andal warriors landed in the Fingers, a rocky peninsula, in what would later be called the Vale of Arryn. The geography of the Fingers made it an ideal landing site. Its numerous small coves and inlets provided natural harbors where Andal ships could beach safely, while the rugged terrain offered defensive positions against potential counterattacks. The region was also relatively sparsely populated by the First Men, making initial resistance manageable for the small vanguard forces. Perhaps most importantly, the Fingers were the closest point in Westeros to Andalas, minimizing the dangerous sea crossing that represented the most perilous part of the migration. Led by Ser Corwyn Corbry, who carried the Valyrian steel sword, Lady Forlorn, these initial invaders established footholds along the coast. The presence of a Valyrian steel weapon in Corwyn's possession represents one of history's interesting puzzles, as the systematic trade of such weapons to Westeros came much later. Some maesters speculate that the sword may have been acquired through raids against Valyrian outposts or trading vessels, while others suggest it might indicate earlier, limited contact between Valyrians and Andals than commonly supposed. Corwyn quickly proved himself a brilliant military leader, employing tactics unfamiliar to the First Men defenders. While First Men warfare typically involved shield walls and mass infantry formations, Corwyn introduced mobile cavalry charges, feigned retreats to break enemy lines, and nighttime raids against leadership targets. The psychological impact of these novel approaches magnified the already significant technological advantage provided by Andal iron weapons and armor. The initial Andal bands built crude stone fortifications known as the Fingers Forts, some of which still stand 6 millennia later. These structures, while primitive compared to later castles, represented a significant defensive innovation for their time. Constructed from unmortared stones carefully fitted together, with walls following the natural contours of hills and cliffs, they provided secure bases from which the Andals could launch further operations. Archaeological excavations at these sites have revealed ritual burials, suggesting they served religious as well as military functions, beachheads for both armed forces and the faith of the Seven. From these secure bases, they began to venture inland, confronting the first men kingdoms that had stood for thousands of years. The first encounters were characterized by mutual incomprehension rather than immediate hostility. Language barriers prevented meaningful negotiation, with both sides relying on gestures and demonstrations of force to communicate their intentions. When violence erupted, it often resulted from misunderstandings as much as deliberate aggression. The first men, despite their long history in Westeros, found themselves at a severe technological disadvantage. Their bronze weapons shattered against Andal iron, leaving them essentially defenseless in direct confrontations. Bronze armor that had provided adequate protection against similar weapons proved woefully inadequate against iron swords and spearheads. This dramatic material disadvantage caused immediate panic among First Men communities, who recognized the existential threat these newcomers presented even before cultural and religious conflicts emerged. Their loose tribal confederations struggled to present a unified defense against the zealous invaders. While the First Men outnumbered the early Andal arrivals significantly, they could not coordinate effectively across regions. Individual lords responded according to their own assessment of the threat, with some attempting to resist, others fleeing inland, and still others seeking accommodation with the newcomers. This fragmented response allowed the Andals to defeat their opponents piecemeal, consolidating control over newly acquired territories before facing the next challenge. Additionally, the Andals were organized in a highly martial culture, with the concept of knighthood already developed. A military elite dedicated to warfare as both profession and religious calling. The first knights were distinguished by both superior equipment and intensive training, creating a warrior class unmatched in Westerosi martial culture. Until that point, unlike First Men warriors who typically returned to agricultural work between conflicts, Andal knights dedicated themselves exclusively to martial pursuits, maintaining constant readiness for battle. Early conflicts saw Andal adventurers carving out small kingdoms in the Vale, pushing the First Men back into the mountains, or absorbing them through conquest and intermarriage. These initial kingdoms were essentially enlarged military camps, centered around wooden palisades or hilltop forts, with Andal warriors ruling over predominantly First Men populations. The carved seven-pointed stars on their foreheads identified the most devoted Andal warriors, who viewed their invasion as a holy crusade to convert or eliminate the heathens who worshipped the old gods. The first generation of Andal conquerors frequently took First Men women as wives, creating a mixed population from the earliest stages of the invasion. These marriages, while often forced, eventually created familial bonds that complicated the initially clear distinction between invaders and natives. Children of these unions grew up with both cultural influences, sometimes serving as intermediaries between the communities. This pattern of cultural and genetic mixing would characterize the entire invasion period, resulting in the hybrid society that would eventually emerge. Religious conflict intensified as the Andals established permanent settlements. The worship of the Seven required dedicated structures, septs, and a religious hierarchy absent from the more informal worship of the old gods. The first men's sacred weirwood groves became primary targets for Andal religious zealots, who viewed the carved faces as demonic and the worship practices as primitive superstition. The systematic destruction of weirwoods in conquered territories represented both a religious imperative and a strategic effort to demoralize the native population by eliminating their spiritual centers. As news of the invasion spread through Andal communities in Essos, the trickle of migrants became a steady flow. Extended family groups followed the initial warriors, bringing with them domestic animals, seeds for familiar crops, household goods, and cultural practices that would gradually transform the conquered territories. The demographics of these later migrations included more women, children, and specialized craftspeople, indicating a shift from pure conquest to colonization and settlement. The Vale falls. The Vale of Arran, as the site of the first Andal landings, was also the first kingdom to fall entirely to the newcomers. The conquest of this region established patterns that would be repeated, with variations, throughout the Andal invasion of Westeros. The Vale's geography, a fertile valley surrounded by protective mountains, made it both a desirable prize and a self-contained laboratory for the development of Andal-dominated society. The first men of the Vale, under their kings of Mountain and Vale, from House Royce, initially resisted fiercely. Bronze Yohn Royce, a king renowned for his physical strength and tactical acumen, organized the first coordinated defense against the Andal incursions. Using his knowledge of the mountainous terrain, he successfully ambushed several Andal parties in the narrow passes of the Mountains of the Moon, employing rock slides and bottleneck strategies to neutralize the invaders' technological advantage. For nearly a decade, these guerrilla tactics kept the Andals confined to coastal regions. Royce formed alliances with mountain clans and even groups of children of the forest who still inhabited the deepest valleys of the Vale, creating a diverse coalition united against the foreign threat. This period of successful resistance gave other kingdoms time to prepare their own defenses, though few took full advantage of the warning. However, the Andals continued to arrive in waves, establishing new settlements along the coast and pushing inland in ever greater numbers. What began as isolated raiding parties evolved into organized military campaigns as the Andal population in the Vale grew and leaders emerged who could coordinate previously independent bands. As Andal control of the lowlands solidified, they gained access to local food production, solving the supply problems that had limited their earlier operations. Internal divisions among the first men houses ultimately proved fatal to their defense. House Shet, long rivals to the Royces, chose to ally with Andal warlords against their traditional enemies, providing crucial intelligence about mountain passes and defensive positions. House Redfort, fearing inevitable defeat, converted to the faith of the Seven and intermarried with Andal families to preserve their lands and status. These defections weakened the united front necessary to repel the technologically superior invaders. Co-religious conversion became a significant factor in the Vale's fall. The Andals presented the faith of the Seven as a more sophisticated alternative to the primitive worship of trees, offering a comprehensive theological system with clear moral guidelines and comforting rituals. The silent, naturalistic worship of the old gods could seem inadequate in comparison, particularly as weirwood groves were systematically destroyed, weakening the perceived power of the ancient deities. Some first men houses converted voluntarily, seeing practical advantages in adopting the conqueror's faith. The decisive moment came when Sir Otis Arryn, known as the Falcon Knight, led an Andal army against King Robert II Royce at the Battle of the Seven Stars. Different accounts place this battle in different locations, but all agree it was a catastrophic defeat for the First Men. The mountainside battlefield, traditionally identified near the present location of the Gates of the Moon, became a slaughterhouse as 7 major Andal warlords coordinated their forces against the remaining First Men loyals. King Rabor deployed his forces in a defensive formation, using the high ground and natural barriers to compensate for his technological disadvantage. Initially, this strategy proved effective, with Andal charges breaking against the disciplined First Men shield wall. However, Artis Aren executed a daring flanking maneuver, allegedly leading an elite force up goat paths, considered impassable for armored men. This unexpected attack from the rear collapsed the First Men formation, leading to a rout that quickly became a massacre. King Rabar was slain in single combat with Artis Aren, though accounts differ on whether this occurred during the main battle or in a separate encounter. The Andal victory was complete and devastating. Thousands of First Men warriors died on the battlefield, including the heads of several major houses. Those who survived fled deeper into the mountains, becoming the ancestors of the mountain clans who would remain hostile to Vale authority. For thousands of years, Artis Aren established House Aren as the new ruling dynasty of the Vale, styling himself the King of Mountain and Vale. His choice of title deliberately echoed that of the defeated First Men kings, positioning himself as their legitimate successor rather than a foreign usurper. This political shrewdness characterized the Aren approach to governance, blending innovation with respect for local traditions. Where expedient, the Ari, their impregnable mountain fortress, became a symbol of Andal dominance, built by Artis Aren's grandson, Roland. This architectural marvel represented a significant advancement over previous Westerosi fortifications, constructed at a seemingly impossible location. Atop the giant's lance, the Ari combined Andal engineering with dramatic natural defenses to create what many consider the most impregnable castle in Westeros. Its distinctive white stone walls and elegant towers embodied the Andal aesthetic, contrasting sharply with the more pragmatic earthbound constructions of the First Men. Some First Men houses survived by swearing fealty to the Arryns, notably House Royce, who maintained many First Men traditions, even as they accepted Andal rule. The Royces continued to use bronze ceremonial armor inscribed with ancient runes, worship aspects of the old gods alongside the Seven, and preserve oral histories dating to before the invasion. This cultural continuity within the framework of Andal political dominance created a distinctive Vale society that blended elements from both traditions. The Arryns proved surprisingly tolerant of these cultural holdovers, recognizing that forcing complete assimilation would create unnecessary resistance. This pragmatic approach allowed them to consolidate political control while minimizing ongoing conflict. They systematically intermarried with both Andal and First Men houses, creating kinship networks that reinforced their authority through blood ties, as well as feudal obligations. With Vale secured, the Andals had established their first major foothold in Westeros, creating a base from which further conquests could be launched. They also demonstrated a pattern that would repeat throughout their invasion. After military victory, consolidation through a blend of displacement, intermarriage, and cultural assimilation, the Vale became a laboratory for Andal civilization in Westeros, where institutions like knighthood, the faith of the Seven, and feudal hierarchies could develop in a relatively secure environment before spreading to other conquered territories. The Riverlands fragmented. From the Vale Andal expansion flowed in multiple directions, with the Riverlands being particularly vulnerable to conquest. This central region of Westeros had always been difficult to defend, lacking natural borders like mountains or seas, and the Riverlands had rarely been unified under a single ruler for long. When the Andals arrived, the Riverlands were divided among numerous petty kings. House Mud, based at Old Stones, initially put up the strongest resistance. Their king, Christopher IV, reportedly won 99 battles against the Andals, but lost the 100th, where he fell. With his death, coordinated resistance in the Riverlands effectively collapsed. The Andals swept through the region, establishing numerous small kingdoms. Houses like Bracken and Blackwood, originally First Men dynasties, survived by converting to the faith of the Seven, in the case of the Brackens, or maintaining their devotion to the old gods, despite accepting Andal overlordship. As with the Blackwoods, other houses were founded by Andal conquerors, including House Vance, House Frey, and House Darry. For nearly 4,000 years after the Andal invasion, the Riverlands would change hands repeatedly, ruled by various houses, and occasionally by outside powers like the Storm Kings, or the Kings of the Iron Islands. This pattern of fragmentation and external conquest would continue until Aegon's conquest united the Seven Kingdoms. The Stormlands bend and break. The Kingdom of the Storm, ruled by the Durrandon dynasty from Storm's End, initially presented a more formidable obstacle to Andal expansion. The Storm Kings possessed a mighty fortress in Storm's End, its massive walls supposedly imbued with ancient magic, and controlled a significant military force. Rather than direct confrontation, the Andals approached the Stormlands through a combination of infiltration and political alliance. Many Andal knights and warriors offered their services to the Storm Kings, bringing their superior iron weapons and martial training. Storm Kings, like Eric the Sailmaker and Arlan III Durrandon, welcomed these skilled fighters into their armies. Over generations, these Andal retainers gained lands, titles, and influence within the Stormlander nobility. Some married into prominent First Men families, gradually introducing Andal blood and customs. The faith of the Seven spread through the region, though more slowly and with less violence than in the Vale or Riverlands. Unlike in other regions, the Durrandon dynasty itself survived the Andal invasion, adapting rather than falling to the newcomers. Storm Kings such as Mardan IV and Durrand III embraced aspects of Andal culture, converting to the faith of the Seven, while maintaining their political authority. The Durrandons would continue to rule the Stormlands for thousands of years afterward, until finally falling to Orys Baratheon during Aegon's conquest. Still, the Stormlands did not emerge unscathed. The Andal influx weakened the Storm Kings' control over their outlying territories, with regions like the Dornish Marches and parts of the future Reach breaking away during this tumultuous period. The Reach adapts. The Kingdom of the Reach, ruled by House Gardner from their seat at Highgarden, represented the most populous and fertile region of Westeros. When Andal adventurers began probing the Reach's borders, the Gardner Kings responded, a mix of military strength and flexible diplomacy. The three Sage Kings, Garth Knights, his son Merle I, and his grandson Gwaine Verth, implemented a strategy of selective accommodation that would preserve Gardner rule, while incorporating Andal strengths. Rather than fighting a potentially devastating war, they invited select Andal warlords to the Reach, granting them lands in exchange for oaths of fealty. They simultaneously strengthened their military by establishing the Order of the Green Hand, a company of knights that incorporated Andal fighting techniques and iron weapons. While remaining fiercely loyal to Highgarden, they patronized the building of septs alongside weirwood groves, allowing the faith of the Seven to take root peacefully alongside the old religion. Most cunningly, the Gardners arranged marriages between their family members and prominent Andal families, creating blood ties that discouraged rebellion. Within a few generations, the royal line itself had mixed firstmen and Andal heritage, allowing the gardeners to claim legitimacy in the eyes of both cultures. Houses of Andal origin, like Hightower, Florent, and Peak, rose to prominence during this period, becoming major bannermen to the gardeners. The Reach underwent a cultural flowering, with Andal learning and organization enhancing the natural prosperity of the region. Old Town, already ancient when the Andals arrived, became a center of literacy and scholarship by embracing change while preserving their core authority. The gardeners ensured their dynasty's survival until the Field of Fire during Aegon's conquest, thousands of years later, an impressive testament to their political acumen during the Andal invasion. The Westerlands divided. The Kingdom of the Rock, under House Lannister, presented a unique case. During the Andal invasion, protected by mountains and controlling vast wealth from their gold mines, the Lannisters could have mounted a formidable resistance against Andal incursions. Instead, according to legend, they employed a different strategy entirely. King Tybalt Lannister, known as the Thunderbolt, won early military victories against Andal warlords, attempting to establish footholds in the Westerlands. However, his successor, King Tyrion III, called the Bold, recognized that the Andals could not be held off indefinitely through force alone. He embarked on a different approach, using the legendary Lannister gold to turn Andal adventurers against each other, hiring them as mercenaries and selectively granting lands to those who would swear fealty. The masterstroke came when King Gerald II, known as Gerald the Great, arranged a marriage between his daughter and the Andal knight Sir Joffrey Lyddon. When Gerald died without male heirs, Joffrey took the Lannister name and was crowned as the first Andal King of the Rock, establishing a smooth dynastic transition that preserved Lannister rule while incorporating Andal bloodlines. This peaceful succession helped the Westerlands avoid the worst devastation of the Andal invasion. New houses of Andal descent arose, including Lefford, Brax, and Crakehall, but they did so as loyal bannermen to the Lannister kings rather than as conquerors. The faith of the Seven became the dominant religion, though less through violent conversion than royal patronage and gradual cultural integration. Like the Gardeners, the Lannisters' clever adaptation ensured their families' continued rule for thousands of years, making them one of the few first-men dynasties to successfully navigate the Andal invasion while retaining their name and authority. The Iron Islands resist.
The Iron Islands, isolated by the sea, and possessing a distinct culture centered around reaving and the worship of the drowned god, presented a unique challenge to Andal expansion. The Ironborn, under various kings from the houses claiming descent from the Grey King, had developed a society quite different from the mainland. First men,
when Andal longships eventually reached their shores, the Ironborn initially repelled them successfully. Their seafaring skill and knowledge of the treacherous waters surrounding their islands, giving them a significant advantage. However, the technological superiority of Andal weapons eventually told, and some Andals managed to establish footholds on the islands of Great White and Orcamont. What followed was neither complete conquest nor peaceful assimilation, but a complex cultural merging. The Ironborn adopted Andal technology, particularly their superior shipbuilding techniques and iron weapons, while fiercely maintaining their distinct religious and cultural identity. The Andal minority that settled on the islands gradually adopted Ironborn customs, including the worship of the drowned god, rather than imposing the faith of the Seven. The result was an Ironborn culture that incorporated Andal blood and technology while remaining distinctly separate from mainland Andal kingdoms. Unlike other regions, the Iron Islands never built septs in significant numbers, and the seven-pointed star found no place among people dedicated to the drowned god. Even the tradition of knighthood, so central to Andal culture elsewhere, never took root in the Iron Islands, where men earned respect through prowess at sea rather than on horseback. This cultural distinctiveness would continue to set the Ironborn apart throughout Westerosi history, contributing to their troublesome relationship with the mainland kingdoms, right through to the War of the Five Kings thousands of years later. During divided, the southernmost region of Westeros experienced perhaps the most complex response to the Andal invasion. Dorne's harsh desert climate, mountainous terrain, and scattered population centers made it difficult to conquer, but also prevented the formation of a unified resistance. When Andal adventurers landed on Dorne's shores, they found a land divided among numerous petty kings and lords. House Dane ruled from Starfall in the west, House Rhinewood controlled the mountain passes in the north, and various kings claimed portions of the eastern coastline and river valleys. These divided First Men rulers could not coordinate effectively against the newcomers. The Andals established their strongest presence in eastern Dorne, particularly along the Greenblood River. Here, they established several small kingdoms and lordships, introducing their culture, religion, and advanced agriculture to the fertile river valley. Houses of Andal origin like Aliadrine, Jourdain, and Santagar rose to prominence in this region. In western Dorne and the Red Mountains, First Men houses like Dane and Yorenwood maintained greater independence, though they ultimately incorporated aspects of Andal culture through trade and limited intermarriage. The worship of the Seven spread throughout Dorne, though often syncretically blended with older traditions. The divided nature of Dorne would continue until the arrival of the Rhoynar thousands of years later, when Princess Nymeria and her 10,000 ships would introduce a third major cultural influence to the region, and finally united under House Martell, creating the most ethnically and culturally distinct of the Seven Kingdoms. The North stands firm. Alone among the kingdoms of Westeros, the North remained largely untouched by Andal conquest. Several factors contributed to this exceptional status. The geographical barrier of the Neck, with its impenetrable swamps, and the natural choke point at Moat Cailin, made large-scale invasion from the south extremely difficult. The North's harsh climate and vast distances discouraged Andal settlement. Most significantly, the Stark Kings of Winter presented a united and effective resistance. Andal attempts to invade the North repeatedly foundered at Moat Cailin, where the ancient fortress commanded the causeway through the Neck. In one famous battle, King Theon Stark, known as the Hungry Wolf, defeated a powerful Andal warlord named Argus Sevenstar, whose host was annihilated attempting to push through the Neck. Theon mounted Argus's head on a spike on the shores of the Bight as a warning to other would-be invaders. Taking the fight beyond mere defense, several Kings of Winter launched preemptive raids on Andal settlements in the Riverlands and Vale, earning fearsome reputations that discouraged further northern adventures. The North's reputation for harshness, fierce fighters, and unyielding resistance gradually led the Andals to focus their attention on more promising conquests elsewhere. This successful resistance allowed the North to maintain much of its First Men culture intact. The worship of the old gods remained the dominant religion, with weirwood heart trees standing undisturbed in God's woods throughout the region. First Men traditions of guest writing, blood feuds, and personal honor continued to define northern culture. The Stark dynasty maintained its unbroken line from the Age of Heroes through to Aegon's conquest and beyond, a remarkable continuity unmatched elsewhere in Westeros. Nevertheless, the North was not entirely unaffected by Andal influence. Trade and diplomatic contact introduced some southern customs and technologies. Iron weapons replaced bronze, and some aspects of southern political organization were adapted to northern needs. A few Andal houses even established themselves in the north as vassals to the Starks, including House Manderley, which fled from the Reach and was granted lands around White Harbor, bringing the faith of the Seven to what would become the North's only true city. Cultural and technological impact. The Andal invasion brought profound and lasting changes to Westeros, transforming virtually every aspect of society below the neck. These impacts rippled through the centuries, establishing patterns that would define Westerosi civilization up to and beyond Aegon's conquest. While military conquest provided the immediate mechanism for these changes, the true Andal evolution was cultural, a comprehensive reimagining of how society could be organized, recorded, and perpetuated. The most immediate and obvious change was technological. The Andals introduced ironworking, enabling the creation of superior weapons, armor, and tools. This metallurgical revolution transformed warfare, agriculture, and craft production simultaneously. Iron weapons, sharper, harder, and more durable than bronze, created an immediate military advantage that helped secure Andal dominance. Once established, ironworking spread quickly, even to regions that successfully resisted Andal political control, as the practical advantages were too significant to ignore. Iron plows increased agricultural yields, allowing deeper cultivation of soil and more efficient field preparation. This agricultural improvement supported population growth and urbanization, as fewer farmers could support more non-agricultural specialists. Iron axes made forest clearance more efficient, accelerating the conversion of woodland to farmland and changing the very landscape of Westeros. By the time of Aegon's conquest, the continent had significantly less forest cover than during the Age of Heroes, with accompanying changes to wildlife populations, water management systems, and settlement patterns. The Andals also brought more advanced shipbuilding techniques, improved stone masonry, and new styles of fortification that would evolve into the classic castles of later eras. Their ships incorporated keels and ribs that allowed larger, more stable vessels capable of carrying heavier cargoes, facilitating increased trade between regions. Their masonry techniques, using mortared stone rather than dry stacking, enabled taller, more complex structures with features like arches and domes previously unknown in Westeros. Their castles featured concentric defenses, keeps within outer walls, and purpose-built structures for specific functions, a significant advancement over the simpler hill forts of the First Men. Politically, the Andals introduced concepts that fundamentally reshaped governance in Westeros. Their tradition of knighthood created a military elite bound by codes of chivalry and religious devotion. This institution provided a mechanism for social mobility, absent from First Men society, as exceptional warriors could be knighted regardless of birth, theoretically allowing movement between social classes. In practice, knighthood became increasingly hereditary over time, but the ideal of merit-based advancement remained an important cultural counterbalance to rigid class distinctions. The Andal approach to feudalism was more formalized than the tribal arrangements of the First Men, with clearer hierarchies of lords, landed knights, and small folk. This system created nested obligations. Small folk owed labor and a portion of their harvest to knights or lords, who in turn owed military service and taxes to higher lords, who ultimately owed fealty to a king. This structured approach to social organization allowed for more effective resource mobilization, tax collection, and military recruitment than the personalized kingship-based systems of the First Men. Written laws began to supplement or replace oral traditions. Though the process was gradual and incomplete, the earliest and illegal codes inscribed on stone tablets or parchment scrolls, systematized principles of justice that had previously been transmitted through memorized precedents and sayings. These written laws enhanced consistency in judgment across regions and through succession of rulers. While first men concepts like guest right and blood price remained important, they were integrated into more comprehensive legal frameworks that addressed a wider range of social interactions. Perhaps most significantly, the Andals brought literacy to Westeros. Their written language replaced the runes of the first men, which had been used primarily for monuments and religious inscriptions, rather than daily communication. This transformative innovation allowed for more complex administration, long-distance governance, and the preservation of knowledge across generations. Records of ownership, genealogy, and transactions could be maintained beyond living memory, fundamentally changing how society understood its past and planned for its future. This development of writing facilitated unprecedented intellectual advances. The Meisters of the Citadel, though founded before the Andal invasion, adopted Andal letters and greatly expanded their influence during this period. Their systematic approach to knowledge, collecting, categorizing, and preserving information from diverse fields, represented a radical departure from the apprenticeship-based knowledge transmission of the first men. The Meister's chain, with links representing different fields of study, embodied this compartmentalized yet comprehensive approach to learning. The development of consistent historical records transformed how Westeros understood its own past. Prior to literacy, history existed primarily as oral tradition, fluid, adaptable, and inseparable from myth. Written histories, though still subject to bias and error, provided fixed reference points that could be analyzed, compared, and critically evaluated. This shift from mythic to historical consciousness gradually changed how societies understood themselves, their origins, and their relationship to other peoples. Religiously, the faith of the Seven displaced the old gods throughout much of Westeros. This transformation was not merely a change in which deities were worshipped, but a fundamental shift in how religion was structured and practiced. The organized hierarchy of the faith, with its septons, scepters, and eventually its high septon, contrasted sharply with the decentralized worship of the old gods. This religious bureaucracy created new power centers, independent of noble houses, sometimes supporting and sometimes challenging secular authority. Magnificent septs were built in towns and castles, and religious orders like the Warrior Sons and Poor Fellows, later suppressed under Targaryen rule, emerged as powerful social forces. These orders provided alternatives to traditional social roles. A man could serve the faith rather than a lord. A woman could become a scepter rather than a wife. These additional social pathways increased the complexity of Westerosi society, creating interlocking but sometimes competing spheres of influence. The theological content of the faith also reshaped social values. The seven themselves, father, mother, warrior, maiden, smith, crone, and stranger, introduced a more anthropomorphic and structured religious worldview than the nameless, faceless nature deities of the first men. This theological shift reflected and reinforced broader cultural changes, emphasizing human agency and divine judgment over the mysterious forces of nature. Each aspect of the seven corresponded to and sanctified specific social roles and virtues. The father legitimized patriarchal authority and formal justice systems. The mother sacralized conventional female roles, while providing a divine feminine presence in an otherwise male-dominated pantheon. The warrior blessed martial prowess, but within a framework of honor and service rather than mere strength. The smith elevated craftsmanship and technological innovation to religious virtues, The maiden established ideals of female purity that profoundly shaped gender relations. The crone validated wisdom and foresight as counterbalances to physical power. The stranger acknowledged life's inevitable end while providing rituals to manage grief and succession. Artistic expression changed dramatically under Andal influence. The first men had favored abstract geometric patterns, stylized animal forms, and pragmatic craftsmanship focused on durability. Andal aesthetics introduced figural representation, narrative art depicting religious scenes or historical events, and greater emphasis on ornament for its own sake. Architecture became more vertical and light-filled, with septs featuring high ceilings, large windows, and complex interior spaces, unlike the low, dark halls of first men construction. Music and poetry also evolved with the introduction of new instruments, metrical forms, and performance contexts. Harps supplemented drums and bone flutes, allowing more complex melodic development. Written poetic forms with fixed patterns of rhyme and rhythm replaced the improvised oral compositions of first men tradition. Religious hymns, courtly love songs, and heroic ballads expanded the emotional and thematic range of musical expression. Cuisine transformed as the Andals introduced new crops, cooking techniques, and dietary customs. Wheat largely replaced barley as the primary grain, allowing for lighter bread and more diverse baked goods. Grape cultivation and winemaking, relatively limited under the first men, expanded dramatically, with regional varieties developing distinctive characteristics. Dairy production became more sophisticated, with aged cheeses supplementing the fresh milk and simple curds of earlier traditions. Food preservation techniques improved, with smoking, pickling, and careful cellaring extending the availability of various foods beyond their natural seasons. Even basic patterns of daily life changed under Andal influence. Their approach to timekeeping, dividing the day into hours rather than simply tracking sunrise, midday, and sunset, allowed more precise scheduling of activities and meetings. Their calendar, with named months replacing the first men's season-based reckoning, standardized timekeeping across regions. Their approach to personal cleanliness, including more frequent bathing and changing of clothes than was common among the first men, gradually spread throughout Westerosi society. Fashion underwent a revolution as Andal weaving techniques, dye processes, and garment construction transformed clothing from primarily functional to increasingly expressive of status, regional identity, and personal taste. Distinctive styles developed for different social classes, with sumptuary laws in some kingdoms restricting certain fabrics, colors, or accessories to appropriate ranks. Clothing became an important visual signifier in a society growing more complex and stratified, allowing immediate recognition of an individual's place in the social hierarchy.
The blending of peoples.
Despite the violence of the initial invasion, the long-term pattern throughout most of Westeros was not replacement but assimilation. The Andals, though they arrived as conquerors, were never numerous enough to completely displace the first men population. Instead, the two peoples gradually intermarried and blended their cultures, producing the hybrid society that would characterize the Seven Kingdoms. Noble houses illustrate this pattern clearly. Many houses of first men origin, like the Gardners and Lannisters, incorporated Andal bloodlines while maintaining their names and holdings. New houses of Andal origin, like the Erogen and Freys, established themselves alongside the older dynasties. Over generations, these distinctions blurred as marriage alliances crisscrossed the original ethnic boundaries. By the time of Aegon's conquest, Thousands of years later, few houses below the neck could claim pure first men or Andal ancestry. Even in the north, where first men culture remained strongest, some Andal blood had entered many noble lines through strategic marriages with southern houses. Culturally, the pattern varied by region. In the Vale, Andal influence was strongest, with first men customs largely supplanted. In the north, first men traditions remained dominant. Despite some Andal influences, most regions fell somewhere in between, with varying blends of the two traditions creating distinct regional cultures within the broader Andal framework. The legacy of the invasion. The Andal invasion represents one of the most significant watershed moments in the history of Westeros, comparable only to the arrival of the first men, the Targaryen conquest, and perhaps the Long Night itself. Its effects fundamentally reshaped the continent and established the cultural foundation upon which later events would build. The centuries-long process of conquest, assimilation, and cultural exchange produced a civilization unique to Westeros, neither purely Andal nor first men, but a distinctive hybrid that drew elements from both traditions while developing characteristics found in neither parent culture. This new Westeros identity would prove remarkably resilient, absorbing later influences, including Rhynar and Valyrian, without losing its essential character. The political map of Westeros stabilized in the aftermath of the invasion, with 7 major kingdoms emerging: the North, under the Starks; the Vale, under the Arryns; the Westerlands, under the Lannisters; the Reach, under the Gardeners; the Stormlands, under the Durandons; the Iron Islands, under various Ironborn dynasties; and eventually Dorne, later unified under the Martells. This political structure would endure for thousands of years, until Aegon's conquest. These 7 kingdoms, while frequently at war with one another, shared enough cultural commonalities to form a recognizable civilization distinct from Essos and other distant lands. A lord from the Reach could understand the social protocols of the Vale. A knight from the Stormlands could function within the martial culture of the Westerlands. A merchant could conduct business throughout the continent with minimal adjustments to local customs. This cultural cohesion, forged in the crucible of Andal first men integration, would later facilitate the political unification under Targaryen rule. The distribution of power within these kingdoms reflected Andal influences, with formalized feudal hierarchies replacing the more personal authority structures of pure first men society. Great houses commanded the loyalty of lesser houses, who in turn controlled landed knights and small folk in nested obligations of service and protection. This system proved remarkably stable over millennia, persisting through countless local wars and dynastic changes without fundamental restructuring until the Targaryen period. Religious patterns established during the invasion shaped spiritual life for thousands of years afterward. The faith of the 7 dominated southern Westeros, with elaborate theological developments, significant political influence, and magnificent architectural expressions in septs and religious complexes. The old gods maintained their hold in the north and beyond the wall, preserved by both Stark kings' protection and the practical difficulties of conquering the region. The syncretism occurred along border regions, with some families maintaining godswoods alongside septs, honoring both traditions to varying degrees. Linguistic evolution following the invasion created the common tongue, technically derived from the Andal language, but incorporating significant vocabulary and speech patterns from first men origins. This shared language facilitated trade, diplomacy, and cultural exchange throughout the continent. Regional accents and dialects developed, but mutual intelligibility remained. Unlike the diverse languages of Essos, the Old Tongue survived primarily beyond the wall and in remote mountain communities. becoming increasingly rare in mainstream Westerosi society. Legal traditions synthesized elements from both cultures. The Andal emphasis on written codes and precedents blended with First Men concepts like guest right, the importance of personal honor, and blood price for certain offenses. This hybrid legal system varied somewhat by kingdom, but maintained core principles recognizable throughout Westeros. The concept that the lord who passes sentence should swing the sword, most strongly maintained in the north, represented a First Men tradition that retained moral force even in predominantly Andal regions. Social mobility patterns established during this period would define Westerosi class structure for millennia. Knighthood provided a potential, if limited, pathway for advancement based on martial skill rather than birth, while the faith offered opportunities through religious service. Trade and craftsmanship could generate wealth that occasionally translated into improved status, particularly in urban centers. However, the basic distinction between nobility and commoners remained firmly entrenched, with bloodlines and inheritance determining most individuals' life prospects. Gender roles crystallized during this period into forms that would persist with minimal change until modern times. The faith's emphasis on the mother and maiden aspects established clear expectations for female behavior, generally more restrictive than First Men practices had been. Women retained significant behind-the-scenes influence, particularly in household management and family alliances, but formal political power became increasingly male-dominated. The exception remained the North, where women traditionally held stronger positions, and Dorne, which would later develop its own distinctive gender practices under Rhinar influence. Culturally, the Andal invasion created the dominant social paradigm that would define Westeros through the Age of Dragons and beyond. The faith of the Seven, the institution of knighthood, the feudal hierarchy, written laws and histories, and the common tongue all stem from this transformative period. Even after Targaryen conquest introduced Valyrian elements to Westerosi culture, the Andal foundation remained intact, demonstrating remarkable resilience in the face of later innovations. The particular way this cultural fusion occurred in different regions created the distinctive regional identities that would characterize the Seven Kingdoms. The North, least influenced by Andal culture, maintained the strongest First Men characteristics: direct speech, emphasis on personal honor, pragmatic approaches to hardship, and religious devotion to the old gods. The Val, as the first and most thoroughly Andalized region, developed a culture particularly concerned with chivalric ideals, religious orthodoxy, and social hierarchy. The Reach blended Andal refinement with First Men fertility traditions, creating a culture that valued courtesy, artistic expression, and abundant display. The Westerlands incorporated Andal organization while maintaining the Lannisters' emphasis on wealth and strategic thinking. The Stormlands balanced Andal martial traditions with First Men straightforwardness. The Iron Islands selectively adopted Andal technology while rejecting most cultural elements that conflicted with their distinctive way of life. Dorne remained the most divided until the later Rhoynar migration would add a third cultural element to its already complex mixture. Perhaps most importantly, the mixed heritage of Andals and First Men created a society with remarkable cultural continuity despite political divisions. A knight from the Vale could understand and navigate the social norms of the Reach. A merchant from Lannisport could conduct business in Storm's End without cultural incomprehension. This shared cultural framework, despite regional variations, would later facilitate the unification of the Seven Kingdoms under Targaryen rule. The legacy of conflict and assimilation established patterns for how Westeros would respond to later migrations and conquests. When the Rhoynar arrived in Dorne, their integration followed similar patterns of selective adoption, political marriage, and cultural synthesis. When the Targaryens conquered with their dragons, The existing social structures bent rather than broke, incorporating new overlords while maintaining fundamental cultural continuity. This resilient adaptability, first demonstrated during the Andal invasion, became a defining characteristic of Westerosi civilization. For the everyday people of Westeros, in all subsequent eras, the world created by this ancient mixing of peoples was simply reality, the only society they had ever known. Few small folk, and indeed few nobles, recognized how their daily customs, from breaking bread together to the songs sung at feasts, represented the complex legacy of conflict, compromise, and creativity that followed the Andal arrival thousands of years earlier. Yet this cultural foundation laid during the invasion period provided the stable ground upon which all later Westerosi history would build. As you drift towards sleep, imagine the slow transformation of Westeros during these centuries of migration and conquest. Picture Andal ships approaching the shores, iron swords gleaming in the sun. See the seps rising alongside ancient weirwoods, the seven-pointed stars carved into stone. As the new faith took root, envision the blending of bloodlines and customs that forged the Westeros we recognize from the songs and stories of later ages. A world of knights and lords, of ancient houses, with words spoken in the common tongue, of tourneys and feast days honoring the seven. In our next episode, we shall turn our attention to events across the narrow sea, where another civilization was rising to heights of power and magic unparalleled in the known world, the mighty Valyrian freehold, whose dragons and sorcery would eventually cast their shadow over Westeros itself.